Good morning, everybody. How's it going? Welcome to the live stream. Fair warning, we're probably gonna have to debug a couple of things while we get started, so we gotta ask a couple of questions first. Number one, how's the audio? Number two, how's the bit rate? If it's lagging or anything like that, let me know in the chat. I'll have to, I forgot to plug in the wire, so we get no audio at all right now? Audio is a bit low. All right, let me turn it up. All right, how are we doing now? Is that starting to sound good? Bit rate is good. Audio is a little low. Audio is okay. I turned it up a little bit. You're gonna get a little more ambient noise, but cool. Better? Excellent. All right, welcome everybody. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you're at. Real excited for you to be joining me here today. We are gonna do a coding live stream. I'm gonna do my best to actually get some coding done with y'all today. I have a feeling it's gonna be pretty tough because y'all crack me up. So I'm gonna have to be bouncing between the chat and actually doing some work here. But the goal is to actually ship some code today. You can ask me a couple questions for sure. If I catch them, if I got time, I'll answer them, stuff like that. I'm going to be trying to focus in on coding. If that's not your thing, it's up to you. Sit back and kind of see what this looks like. If it is your thing, like I was saying earlier, maybe you'll learn a couple of things not to do. So, not AI generated. I am actually real. Yeah, can't believe doing the job in front of people. I've done this a couple of times. Actually, there's a pretty good chance that, so I live streamed my project immediately before Bluesky, and I think that might be how I ended up working on Bluesky. I think Jay saw what I was doing, so hey, live stream and your code worked out pretty good for me. Yeah, all right, so I'm gonna start up by just talking about a little bit. Man, y'all gotta stop making me laugh. Talking a little bit about what's a couple of things going on with the network, just so answer a couple of questions while I got everybody here, and then we're gonna dig into some coding. I can't look. So let's talk a little bit about actually one thing in particular I want to talk about with y'all, which is understanding where the network is at with privacy models. This is something that kind of an unusual thing to start with here, but I want to make sure that we're being pretty clear about all this as we're getting things going, so that nobody ends up getting surprised down the road. So right now, the way that the AT protocol works, which is the technology that we're building, it's a public system. All right, it's designed for public broadcast. Now, you may feel like it isn't that way right now because it's invite only, but that's because we're just sort of keeping a little bit of a lock on the initial server while we're getting everything developed. But this is actually a public system. Now, it's not going to stay that way strictly across the board. We have a pretty good idea about how we're going to get private groups, private messaging, stuff like that into the system. But at the moment, it is actually public, and whenever this thing actually goes live, pretty much all the activity that we're doing right now is meant for public broadcast. And I think that was important to share because, as we've talked about, y'all sharing some pretty powerful butts out there, and I want to make sure everybody understands the deal with that. Now, let me also add that what's going on with deletions, because there are some questions about that, especially because there's some folks that have been sharing some pretty powerful butts. The deletion story is evolving. We basically had one, it was done one way, and then we got some feedback and realized, okay, we got to change up a little bit. I did say powerful butts, yes, yes, that's correct. Audio is still a little bit low. All right, let me turn it up just a bit. All right, you're gonna get more ambient noise, but hopefully this gets the audio into a better place. So deletions, all right, so we've got it set up now so that whenever you delete a post that has images in it, the images get dropped right away. Okay, so if you post something that has pictures in it, when you delete the post, the images get dropped. They won't get shared out on the network anymore, right? Um, the post, like the text of the post, that's not quite true yet. The way that works is that everybody's personal kind of what we call a data repository, your kind of your public account, it keeps a history, right? And so whenever you delete something, it updates what the current state is. So whenever somebody takes a look at what the current is, the deleted post does show up, but it'll show up in the history. And we do it that way because that actually helps make the network scale better. It makes the kind of the transfer between the different services in the network more efficient. But that is also something that surprised people a little bit, as we've talked about. And it's not something that we can't get around. What we're going to be doing is creating a way to clean out your history. You may have heard the term rebase, that's what that is. So when you clean out your history, that will actually kind of clean up those deleted posts out of the history and they'll be gone. And we're working on some tooling around that. So I want to be really clear about where things are at with that. At the moment, can the text go in the blobs too, so you can just use the easy delete mechanism, not have to do with rebase? That would be, we basically talked about that idea, right? It kind of is a change in how the data structure is designed to sort of detach the information so it can get dropped in the same way. And that was one of the things that I posted about this, where I talked to Daniel about it, and he was like, yeah, we could do that. It's just not easy. Not impossible, but it's kind of a big change. And so the timeline for doing something like that probably is not like real near term, and we kind of have to work with what we could do like right now versus something else. So not outside of the realm of possibility, but probably won't be right away. In the meantime, until we got that cleaned up, the last kind of piece of information about this is that when we changed the image deletion bit, we realized that all the stuff that was posted before we changed that behavior, all the deleted posts and their images, we got to go through and clean those out. So temporarily, we've disabled the part of the kind of the Federation API, which is called get blobs, so that you can't get access to that history, so those historic blobs, just for now, which is probably shouldn't affect a whole lot of people, I hope, at this stage, because we haven't actually enabled Federation. So that's what's going on. Hey, Evita, good to see you. I'm going to just have a terrible time keeping up with the chat, y'all, so just bear that in mind, but I'll do my best. So that is the story there. What happens if you, now that you're live streaming, I get poached? I doubt that'll happen. I'm pretty much too into this thing to get poached at this stage. I'm not sure what somebody could offer that would get me poached. Cool. All right. So so that's the situation with all that. Just wanted to be, use this opportunity to make it really clear. And one other thing to just keep in mind, y'all know this, but it's the internet. We're going to be putting in ways to delete data and things like that, but put something on the internet, it's pretty out there. There are some high security kind of things you could be using, like Signal, that'll be more secure. But just bear that in mind. I just want to make sure that everybody that's having fun posting their powerful butts does so in a way that makes them feel safe. And so just consider that when you're doing it. Even if we got the most incredible lockdown technology, people can screenshot their stuff, right? So just keep that in mind while you're doing that. Cool. All right. I guess I'll give a couple of seconds here, give a minute for anybody to ask any questions that they want to ask. There's a little bit of a delay, so while y'all do that, I just got some coffee sent to my place, so I'm going to grab that coffee. Put any questions in the chat you want to ask, product-wise, technology-wise, coding-wise. I'll see if I can answer some. I'll be right back. All right. What do you got? got for me? Can you see Kit? You'll see Kit eventually. She's currently pleasantly sleeping, and I don't want to mess with that. What's my go-to coffee? Believe it or not, this is the worst. I actually like Starbucks. I actually really like Starbucks, and I'm not afraid to admit it. I'm pretty basic. How are replies sorted in a thread? Currently, I think they're actually reverse chronological right now, but I've been planning to get something a little more sophisticated there, things that'll make it so that you have an exchange going between the original poster and the replies. Start ordering by likes, stuff like that. There's some things we can do there. Why does health thread give stack size errors on Android? Turns out that React Native has a really, really small stack size limit. A stack, all right, I'm going to nerd out on y'all. So a stack is a way to, is basically whatever code, oh god, is this even worth explaining this? If you know what a call stack is, you should just know. It's an unusually small stack, so I'm recursing throughout the thread, and for some reason, somewhere around like 100 recursions, it hits the stack size limit, or like 128. It's crazy low. So that's how that happened, and I thought that was going to get fixed upstream at some point, but then they decided, nah, we're going to keep it small. I guess it has to do with what the optimal behavior is for React Native, so I got to rewrite that. Are we moving away from staging? That got delayed. We were talking about doing that on Friday. That got delayed because it turns out that a lot of people don't know what email address they signed up for, and we didn't get that to be visible to people in time. So we need to first make sure that everybody knows what their email address is, and while I was working on that, we actually got jammed up in the App Store. A couple of policy things that we need to respond to. So yeah, that's kind of how this job goes sometimes. Every once in a while you you get jammed up. All right, what's Federation? All right, let's get into that. What is Federation? Federation basically is a way to have more than one organization running a service that you're a part of. All right, kind of also how I generally describe decentralization, but Federation is kind of one way to do that. So, email gets brought up pretty commonly as an example of this. Maybe I use Gmail and you use, I don't know, Hotmail, right? And like, those are two completely different companies, and they're talking to each other as if it's one organization working together. Federation is a way to do that, and I don't know if it's worth getting into any more details than that, but that's what Federation is. If you want, Livia, since I saw you ask that question, if any of y'all want me to get even more technical about it, I can, but okay, cool. Is the dev team entirely work from home? Yeah, we work remotely. Nobody is, we got a couple of people that are kind of by happenstance in the same city, but we're a fully remote team. Explain the health thread. Well, I don't know if it could be. No, my favorite Starbucks drink is just straight black coffee. Just no sugar, nothing in it. Brought to you by Starbucks. All right. Is the app code available? Not yet. Not yet. It will. Pretty sure it will be soon, but hang with me on that. All right. All right. Also answering questions because I do not yet have my head in the game. What is the timeline for schema negotiation? Probably 6 months or so. We got a lot of stuff to get done first. But it's important because we want to make sure that developers can extend the network without breaking the network. And a schema negotiation is an important part of that. I don't know, Red Solver, I don't know if we're just using SIDs over the entire file or if they're using the chunking algorithm. You'd have to ask Daniel about that. Are we going to be able to fetch image URIs that are not linked to any post? No, we actually decided it's important to have images anchored to a specific record. Because if you don't, then you don't have a really clear, it becomes somewhat difficult to think through like garbage collection and things like that, and you end up with a bunch of free floating stuff, so there needs to be an anchoring record on it. Okay, not going to scroll back anymore. Will full text search and crawling / indexing be available? Yes, it will. It will be available without limitation. Basically, think like how the web works. That is how that's going to go. What kind of extensibility is enabled by Lexicon? Lexicon, the entire point of Lexicon is to help developers coordinate on what they're doing. There's kind of two different philosophies about how you create decentralized networks entirely. There's the go entirely by convention and don't jam up the thing with tight schemas, and then there is use really rigorous schemas. ActivityPub and AtProto tend to be more on the rigorous schemas. We're probably one of the most rigorous schema-based networks. The reason for that is that I actually started in the use no schemas camp back in Secure Scuttlebutt in 2014. Found that was actually a complete disaster for everybody involved, developers and users alike. Developers have a really hard time predicting what their code is going to do to the network if they don't have some kind of schema to help them orient what's going on. So it's actually a really important coordination mechanism. But on top of that, within the schemas, you need to create really well-defined extension points within it so that whenever people add behaviors or modify how, introduce new pieces of information, it needs to be predictable how that new piece of information is going to work. And if you're really doing well, it's going to give really clear fallbacks for if you don't understand the behavior. So for instance, if there's a new addition to a post type that is actually important for properly processing it, that you filter out that post rather than showing it incorrectly. Or be able to show a fallback, something like, hey, this thing has a poll, but I can't show it, or perhaps some kind of reduced version of how the poll should look with a kind of more enhanced version being possible. So the lexicon has a number of ways of doing that. We have a concept we call open unions, which is where basically a piece of information inside of it could be one of many different schemas, and that it sort of declares which schema is being used within a larger schema in the actual record. And that's probably one of the more key places for extensions to happen. You can also use the equivalent of a SQL join record to accomplish that, where you just create additional records that reference back to the one that you're extending. And then, generally speaking, the lexicon is designed to make it very convenient for developers to create new schemas and publish them under their own domain. So that's how lexicon works. All right, deal. I won't fix the cropping thing in Android. How do I envision the algorithmic marketplace working out? Do I have examples of this elsewhere? Not 100% sure yet. We are going to be probably starting to design that real darn soon. Generally speaking, it's going to be a hybrid of a kind of at least 3 different techniques: social discovery, because this is a social network, so folks sharing the algorithms they use, it'd actually be really cool to be able to just post, hey, I'm using this algorithm, drop a link, and it has a nice little card. It's going to probably depend on search and actually other algorithms to help you discover things, so algorithms of algorithms. And then there will probably be an interface inside the application which tries to give you a nice starting off point for algorithms. And we will probably run something that looks like a nice little store for you to land on and kind of see, okay, here's some things that we suggest, here's what people in your network are using, here's what's popular right now according to some metric that we've come up with. That's probably how we'll do it. But it won't be like a locked down store or market. It'll be a kind of thing where we offer that to help you find things. If somebody else has got a store going, you can check their thing out. But that's probably how that'll work. Is the schema compatible with ActivityPub? No, it is not. Yeah. Okay. Users can host their data as soon as we get the federation going. You can set up a server and host it that way. We talked about custom reactions and decided it was a UX nightmare, so we chose not to do it. I know that is controversial. It was controversial within the team. All right, cool. Well, I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready to write some code here. So let's dig into it, huh? So, what are we doing today? My top priority in general is, and I think a lot of the team's priority is what we like to call the vibe control technology. Though actually I'm starting to think we should be calling it the vibe control protocol, because this is a really key piece of not just the application experience for people, like the kind of the user experience, but it's actually a really key part of the federation protocol. We basically need to build tools for curation and moderation into the federation protocol from the start, because otherwise it simply will not work for people. So vibe control is key technology for making federation work. You have to do this. You have to have a way for people to be able to have a nice experience whenever you open up the network, because otherwise it's going to be chaos. One way I was talking about this earlier is, you could get a bunch of computers to just open up connections to each other, just start blasting noise, and hooray, you've created a network. But that wouldn't be very smart, right? So we created the whole protocol so that they could talk to each other in a structured way. But if you don't do vibe control, then you're basically opening connections between people, and they're going to blast noise at each other that way. So we now need to do the equivalent of what the app protocol did for computers. For people now need protocols to be able to exchange and converse with each other without being inundated with noise. And this is just a really important part of how any kind of social system is going to work, right? It's also important because it's a decentralized system. You don't have one server or one community that's completely in control of the whole thing. You need to essentially make it possible for communities within this network to control the experience for themselves. Now, you could do that to some degree with like the hosting servers like Mastodon does, but we actually want to make it so that users are in control of this more than the servers are, because it's not always available for people to create and run servers. It can cost money. There's a lot of power in the servers. We want to make it so that the people that are actually using the application and actually using the network are the ones that are able to control their communities this way. So that is what the vibe control is all about. Now, vibe control is my shorthand for moderation and curation, right? The custom algorithms being the curational side of it, and the like community labeling and moderation labeling and things like that being the moderation side of it. A home server is the server that you this is getting technical. You don't have to think about this a whole lot, but it's kind of like when you get a cell phone, you sign up with like AT&T or Sprint. They're kind of like your home server, and then you connect to other people. So Bluesky runs one of those things. Other people will be able to run those home servers. It's like your service provider. That's what a home server is. And you can actually run one yourself once the Federation gets launched. So, all right, so what part of the vibe control are we working on right now? Well, today we're working on a feature called mute lists. We have been talking about this a little bit on the network. Originally we were talking about doing block lists, so let's talk about what these are. Mute lists, block lists, they are lists of users that you can create. They're public lists. You put users on them, and then you can share this list with other users to automatically mute or block whoever is on the list. A little bit of a controversial feature, so hang with me on this. Some people are very in favor of it, some people are not. They were used really heavily during Gamergate. That was kind of the pilot run, and there's some interesting literature about where they succeeded and where they failed. This is going to be one of many tools that we are putting in here, and we originally were going to go for block lists because we wanted to, again, give communities the ability to sort of begin to protect themselves. But as we were working on it, we started realizing that is a really blunt instrument. The block list is pretty powerful stuff. It's not like you shouldn't have it, but giving that to you as one of the first tools, we started to feel like, you know what, that could be, we're kind of starting out with like the most intense form of punishment possible, and really that could create a lot of vacillations and variance in the system if we don't give you something that's more fine-grained at the start, something that's a little bit more proportional to the problem. So we decided to do mute lists first instead. And so mute lists are a list that you can create. You can subscribe to them. When you subscribe to a mute list, it's totally private. The mute list itself is public. Who created the mute list is public, but your usage of the mute list is private. Nobody else has to know about that other than your home server. And it's just like muting the people that are on the list directly yourself. And this is essentially just a simple way to kind of tamp down on some bad behavior and start to get this a little bit we're starting to think about how we're going to have more people come on and preserve what the community has right now. This is one of those ways that we'll start to give people the tools to do that. So so there's a couple of things that we have to accomplish. We're actually pretty far into the implementation of this. We were working on this at the end of last week, and I got maybe at least half of the way through implementing the UI for doing this stuff. This will be a more general feature in the future. Sort of, I don't know what it says, but because of how things have gone, we ended up making the mute list before regular lists. So go figure. But yeah, so we need to update the user interface so that it is giving you a way to see all these lists and to control the list, create lists, things like that, and then update the interface so that whenever you see something that's been muted by one of these mute lists, that it explains not that you muted this person, but this is actually somebody that was muted on one of your mute lists, so that you can kind of see get some kind of vision into like, oh, okay, so this is the kind of person that mute list I'm using is muting. How do I feel about that? You would kind of have that dialogue between the people that are running the list and yourself. So keyword mute systems, I am quite sure we'll have it at some time in the future, but not right away. Let's get into it. So we are looking here at the code base, and so it is a big React native application. This code base is designed to build for 3 different platforms: the web, Android, and iOS. It is all in TypeScript, and it uses React Native and Expo. This is actually one of the more complicated code bases I've ever worked on, or certainly one of the more complicated targets for platforms. I usually just did web, so it's been a bit of a new experience for me. The code is actually, I think, in pretty decent shape, all told. It could be better, but it's not bad. We use MobX for the state management. And so here's our top level, the SRC folder. We got a lib folder, which is a collection of different functions, constants, and behaviors that get used generally. We've got locale, which has to do with language behaviors and will eventually evolve into our localization. We got platform, which has to do with detection of which platform you're on and how we sort of change behaviors at runtime based on which one you're on. We got state, which is where all of our state management happens and all the different models that we maintain. And then we've got view, which is our entire rendering layer right here, separated out into the kind of the shell of the experience, screens, which are the individual screens that you're jumping around to, and com, which is all the components. So let's take a look at what this mute list interface is kind of looking like here. So here we are on the beta build, on the dev build. If there's ever a point where you can't see what I'm doing, ask me to zoom in and I will. I do try my best to kind of keep everybody able to see what I'm doing, and it can be hard because YouTube kind of loses some detail. You're going on a little screen, I'm working on a real big screen. But as you can see over on the left, we're adding a new item over here, which is moderation. I think that should kind of give it a sense of how we're, all right, dark mode, fine. Give a sense of how we are thinking about this. Yeah, I use light mode. People that do dark mode social are sinners. I think I've made my position on that very clear. I love, I love you, but it's evil. Light mode is the only way to go on social. I'll keep it dark mode, so I'm not switching around between between light mode and dark mode. Woke up this morning and chose violence. Okay, so it does explain some of the accessibility issues in dark mode, because I developed in light mode and then we missed something, and then later on it's like, shit. Dim mode isn't better. You're either a sinner or you're not. It's pretty clear. I'm pretty clear on this policy. All right, so we are surfacing a nav item on the left, which is moderation. Okay, and we are pulling in everything that has to do with moderation under this interface because this is important. This is a key piece of it. Again, it's kind of funny. I would love to have landed custom algorithms by now, so that there was also a kind of a more, the positive nav item there, which has to do with finding algorithms. But this is where we're at, so we're starting with moderation, and pretty much everything here is pretty much everything here is stuff that already existed. We're just drawing it out of the settings page. So the content filtering bit, this already existed. Needs a lot of love, but there it is. We've got the muted accounts. This already existed. Oh shit! I did not mean to show who I muted. All right, well, I hope nobody takes it personally. Mutes are just as much about curating the feed as it is about moderation. So anybody that's on there, I love you. It's not personal. I spent so much time cleaning up my whole desktop before starting this to make sure that didn't happen, and there it was. Always get you where you're not expecting it. All right, so I won't be opening up that interface, but you know what it looks like. So your muted accounts and your blocked accounts. All right, so the one thing that's new is the mute list subscriptions. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to switch over to the dev server real quick so that doesn't happen again. So let me start up the dev server here. That's in the wrong direction. So I'm going over to the @proto repository, which for historic reasons on my computer is still called ADX. And my Apple logo gets a little screwy whenever I zoom in, but so I'm going into the @proto. How did I get the Apple? I can't get bogged down in that. I gotta stay focused, guys. So I'm going into the dev environment package inside of the @proto repository, and here I'm going to run yarn start, I believe, which will start up the dev server. All right, 2584. Let's see. Okay. So I don't think I'm running one of them already, but let's make sure I didn't just create a conflicting one. So I'm going to go over here, add accounts, sign in, other accounts, switch over to the dev server, which I brilliantly have included in the UI even after people get into the application. 102 is the password for the dev server. All right, now we're in the dev environment. Okay, so now this is running on my device, and it is all mock data. This is all tests. So we got Alice and Bob and Carla. Those are 3 test users, and this is all fake data. So now I can browse around safely. This is also important because this is where the actually updated server with the mute list subscriptions are. And so here is a mute list that I created previously, the spammers mute list, and currently empty. And so I believe, if I remember right, this is where I was last leaving off, was implementing this mute list view. So that is that. Now on the profile, we also have lists, and it specifies it's a mute list, and it's by me. And so there's that. And then we got on other people's things. You can look over and see if they got a list or not. And so, let me pull up real quick. I had some notes about where I left off, so let me read off those notes. Okay, so we need to add the ability to create a new list after you've created one. The empty state currently prompts you to create a list, but we need to add a way to do that even when you've created a list. we need to automatically subscribe to the user to a list that they create. Show profile list. I think we've already done that, but I got to double check it. We got to create a way to delete a list, add a user to the list, remove a user from the list, subscribe and unsubscribe to people's list, and then show the cause of a mute in the interface. So that's what we got to do. Mute lists are on profiles. They are public. Right now, mute lists are public. It's not impossible to make fully private mute lists, but that's just not what we're starting right now. All right. So the list type shows what list you subscribe to, or does it show other people visiting your profile, what lists you've created? It never shows what people visit your profile. And so, again, just to make this real clear, like mutes and blocks are different in this regard. When you block somebody, or when we get block lists going, when you subscribe to a block list, that is public. That's how this thing has to be designed on a technology level. And it's going to drive me crazy if I don't switch fully to dark mode on my OS. So hang on. All right. Now mutes are private, all right, except for the mute lists. The mute list itself is public, but if you subscribe to a mute list, that is private. This is a challenge for us to communicate this kind of stuff. I do need to do that security update. Yeah. Didn't notice it on Mac OS. I did notice it on iPhone. Anyway, so when you make a mute list, it's public. When you subscribe to a mute list, that is private. That means that you are not going to be able to see who's using your mute list. You're not going to be able to see what mute lists a person is using. All you can know is who's created the mute list, and you can see what mute list they've created. All right. So let's focus up here. Let's add in the ability to create another mute list after this one has already been created. And I'm thinking the way to do that is just pop down at the bottom a little control. It would make sense to have like a plus up here, but the header code is a little bit finicky right now because of the cross-platform nonsense. So I'm just going to have an additional list item down at the bottom to create a new one. So let's get into that. Block list will be in the future revoke. All right. All right. So we go over to moderation mute lists. And let me take a look at OBS to see, so I can position my screen for the best amount of real estate here. Okay, so we got a lot of unused space over on the left. I'm going to take advantage of that. Okay, let me know if this is enough, zoomed in enough for y'all. I know code can be pretty hard to read on YouTube, so I can zoom in a little bit more. Can I duplicate the mute list? That'd be a good idea, actually. We should talk about that at some point. Probably won't be in V1. The art of this stuff is always getting as much as you can in and then moving on to the next thing. So some possible features get dropped. All right, how's this? How's this looking for the zoom levels here? Yes, lists. Okay, this is about as zoomed in as I can get right here. The t-shirt is socket security. A friend of mine just sent me this shirt and I need to do laundry, but I figured it's also good to give him a shout out. So socket security, it's a tool set for auditing Node.js packages created by Frost, if you're familiar with Frost. So, there you go, a little shout out to my friend's company. All right, so here we are. We're inside of the view, and we create a model here, grabbing my mod lists, and then we have this code over here for doing the rendering of it. We do the actual list enumeration of the list down at the bottom, and that's probably where I'm going to drop this in. So in the list, we are now going to start by this kind of unusual way that you create flat lists inside of React is you have to kind of compose the data and then you create the rendering separately. So we're going to start with that. We're going to add an item here for a create new. And then has loaded yes is empty. We do something else. All right, so right here we're going to do cat create new item, and then over in the render item, we're going to detect when that is there. So if item equals create new item, and then we're going to render something temporarily for now. All right. Not you, I need Chrome. Okay, so new list subscriptions. Why am I not seeing anything? Interesting. It didn't show up. Just stick you down at the bottom. Oh, is Jay here? Hey, Jay. All right. Okay, so why didn't we see anything? Well, good old-fashioned console.log kind of come into play here. So console.log, we added the item. And then down here, we're going to go in the rendering thing, and we're going to say oh, you know what? I know exactly what it is. It's there. This is how accessibility gets missed. Yep, it was there. It was just black text. Okay. So now we got that item down there. Now we need to actually create a component for it. I'm thinking for this, we just create one that is inside of this file because it doesn't get reused a whole lot. So we're going to do this. We're going to do function create new item, and we're going to have an onPress handler view text to, and then on up here we're going to just replace this on press equals on press create new, and we're going to add on press create new to the wrapping component. Can't be optional, actually. We need this one to be required. Need to pass that into the memo there, or to the callback dependencies, and we're good. Then in the handler of this thing, we're going to have to add in this onPress create new. And onPress create new, actually, we already got that handled. So that's that, and now we're going to design this thing. I'm thinking it'll be a pressable that kind of takes up the whole thing. So let's just roll with that. So we're going to go pressable, and just so y'all know, there's no way I'm seeing the chat while I'm doing this thing. So I cannot see what y'all are saying. Hope y'all don't mind. I'm just going to keep on rocking and rolling. So we're going to create a pressable here, and we're going to do on press. Pass that through. We're also going to import the palette. So we use a hook for getting the color palette, and this is how we end up solving this coloring problem of like, okay, I'm in dark mode, I'm in light mode, which color should I use? And so we end up passing in probably text for this. Create a new neat list. And that's how we get the colors correct. Press the button, and there it is, the modal for creating a new mute list. All right. Next up, we need to add the ability to, well, we need to style this thing. Is what needs to happen. So we're going to go to style, and we're going to do pal border because we want to have a top border on this thing, and then we're going to do styles.create new. We'll call it button. And then we're going to add that style down at the bottom. We're going to give it a padding vertical of, let's go with 16, I think, and then a padding horizontal of 18. Though actually, I need to take a look at how this mirrors against this. So let's take a look. You gonna render for me? What's up? Forgot comma. And we also need to set the border on the top. Yeah. All right. So we're going to set border top of 1, or top width. In React Native, you have a CSS-like language, which is really kind of weird and confusing, if I'm being honest. It's not that confusing. It's just a little odd. All right, so now I need to think about how this should look. Honestly, so we're in that weird space of having to think both in terms of mobile and desktop here. On mobile, I would be inclined to make this just kind of a single horizontal element, but there's let's do this as a button. So I'm going to import button element. Button. Rather, the button component, I meant to say. And I'm going to make this a view. Well, I should say this into the button. I'm going to get this style moved up to the view. I'm going to stick with the text inside, so I'm going to move that up to permanent. And then I'm going to put a font, awesome icon. Icon equals plus, style equals pal.text. And we're going to do type inverted. Need to import the font awesome icon. And that is as expected. We need to switch the palette that we're using for the text to the inverted palette. All right. Now we need to switch up the flex direction so that it's going to set those things side by side. We're going to give it a gap of 8. Now that should cause flex direction row. Oh, I need to set the style. Style equals styles dot create new button. All right, we're getting somewhere. It's a little verbose, so why don't we just take it down to new mute list. I can't see chat. Post out. All right. Need to align them. Now then, what is going on? A couple of concerns here. I think the size of the plus is kind of throwing off the alignment of the text. Don't love that. I do capital case for actions, so that needs to be capitalized. And then what happened to create new container? That's what's happened. You need to be looking like this. Okay. We're getting there. Pal.border is wrong. We actually need default. You need to be using the default border. And we want to put the flex direction row on the container so that it doesn't take up the full width. Okay, now we're starting to get something that looks kind of like it's supposed to look. Now, apologize in advance. I'm going to be switching between dark mode and light mode as I work so I can see what this looks like in the different things. That is jarring. Apologize for your bleeding eyes. I do think that the inverted button is the right call here. Giving it the full primary button is a little bit too attention grabbing. Make it bold. Could make it bold. You know, you're always trying to create an information hierarchy when you do this, which is why I'm not using the primary colors. But maybe that should be. In fact, we do have a text type for button large. Let's take a look at what that looks like. Okay, don't want it large. Let's take a look at the button though. Yeah, actually that looks better. Makes it fit with the plus icon a little bit more too. Okay, okay, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Yeah, I think I'm good with that. There's a double bordering thing happening on web. I'm not going to worry about that for now because that's life. Would it make more sense to put it on top of the list? It might. Could do that. Yeah, it probably would. Yeah, probably would. I mean, the real nice move I feel like would be putting a plus icon up in here. I just don't want to get into the view header code right now, so. All right, so let's do that. Let's go ahead and move this up to the top. Yeah, I'm good with that. I'm good with that. So I'm going to get rid of the border, which means I don't need you anymore. And I don't need you anymore. And I also need to import awesome icon. Hey, remember when I said things you shouldn't do that you're going to learn from me? There it is. Don't do that. Type coercing instead of actually fixing the types. All right. Cool. Okay. I think that's suitable. Let's, normally I would wait until I'm done with more to do this, but why don't we jump over to the iOS view to see how this looks. Accumulating that technical debt. Yeah, so we don't often do type coercion. The type checking system is there to help you, not to hurt you. But Font Awesome has a sort of weird signature on their style property that conflicts on just a very minor edge case with the rest of the styling system. And so it's a type signature that's wrong and a dependency that I don't control. So rather than getting bent around the axle around it, I just decided, screw it, we're just going to coerce. It's a safe coercion. All right, so here I am. I think I'm on the right server here. This looks like it's actually running on the wrong dev server, so. Okay, so this just highlighted a problem that we have here on, there's a difference between how it renders in web and mobile. There's no top border on the mobile. And I'm looking at this and going, I don't even know how much, I mean, I guess if maybe the padding were not so insane, I wouldn't hate it. Ugh. Okay. Unfortunately, I'm in the zone where I can't focus on making things beautiful, which kills me. But I have to kind of stay moving. I could anchor it at the bottom, but that's more, you know what, we're, like I said, we're in that zone where we kind of have to do things on the basis of what gets us out the door most quickly and doesn't like completely destroy the UX, and I can't really do the kind of honing about the look and feel that I wish that I could do, which I think is often reflected in the in the product right now. You know what, you are just so absolutely right that a plus button up in the header is the right paradigm for this. You know what? Let's see how bad it is. What do we normally put up in the top right? Nothing. Yeah. Screw it, we're doing it live. All right, we're gonna do render top right. Render button. And we're going to back button versus back button. Why is that still important? Actually is. So we're going to do it like this. Probably could do it. Probably could do it like that. Let's see. Didn't break anything. Okay, we can do it like that. All right. So now we're going back over to the moderation mute list, and we're going to go to the view header, and we're going to do render button. And we're going to do this. You're not going to help me out, are you? Come on. What values? Come on, IntelliSense. What do you not know? Alright, we want primary light. No. Do we want primary light or default? Let's try primary light and see how that looks. And actually, we're going to need to use... Plus. Alright, just gonna go back over here, steal this. That's not being used. Alright. See what that looks like. Ah, there it is. Okay. On press new mute list. What? I didn't put it on the right element. Okay. Whoa. Well, that needs some work. Guess I haven't tested it on mobile yet. Yeah, that ain't right at all. I thought that was supposed to be full screen. Oh, lovely. Okay, let's see. Create mute list. You're supposed to be full screen. What the heck? How did I get over here? That's interesting. What is that about? Modal, create mute list. I probably am using the wrong... I am. Aha. Alright. Full screen. Pow. Alright. Alright. Alright, alright. If you say so. So now we're going to go over back to the moderation mute list bit. We're going to set the color on this guy. Do we have the palette? We do. So we're going to do style equals pal dot link as font awesome icon style. And I'll make it blue. Okay, now we're going to make it a little bigger. Going to make that maybe 24. Okay, too big, too big, too big. Take these. Cool off, glue jets. How about 18? Okay, okay, so it's a little crowded off to the right there. A little crowded off to the right. Let's see what happens if I stick a padding right on it. Yeah, see, it's getting constrained by the view header over here. So we're going to change it up. We're going to do this. Yeah, and it messes with the alignment, unfortunately. Huh, yeah, interesting. Okay. Okay, so I'm surprised actually by how much that's jamming up the alignment. Let's get some styles on there. Okay, that's kind of more what I was aiming for. What do y'all think? We in the right area here? Is that? I think the title needs to just be mute lists. Okay, now let's nuke the create new item element over here. So this does mess with the alignment, the centering of mute lists. You can kind of see how it's off-centered here. And this is, again, kind of where I was like, you know, I didn't want to mess with this because it's so clunky in how it's currently implemented. But why don't we just fix the alignment problem? I think the problem is what we're doing is probably with the title container, we're just doing a flex one. Now we're doing margin left, margin right. Yeah, and if we do, yeah, so we would have to fix with it. It's just, it's just a bit of a pain. We're just gonna live with it right now. This is not going to make or break if this app is doing what it needs to do for people. That's where we gotta be at. So, had a nifty blank button on the left. Yeah, you're not far off from how I sometimes fix this stuff. All right, let's see how this looks on desktop. Not there at all. All right, so we have to do the same on the desktop implementation. Maybe on desktop we stick with the in-place element since it's already written. What if we did that? So we're going to go back to here, and nope, we're going to go here, and we're going to do import is desktop web, and then if it is desktop web, then we're going to do if okay, so now we got that for both mobile and desktop. Is the padding equal on the top and the bottom? Looks like there's a little more space at the bottom. Yeah, whatever. Got water right here. Repo's not open source yet. All right, back to dark mode for the centers. Okay, so that's the create new control. Why don't we go ahead and fix up the padding over here, because that ain't right. Now on desktop it looks right, on mobile it don't. So let's jump on over to the create new. Create mute list, and we're going to do another is desktop web, and we're going to jump down here. Do we have a container? Right, styles container, and containers, padding horizontal. Or 16, let's say. Alright, so that should have made no difference over here. Looks fine. And then over here we're going to take a look at how it did on iOS. I don't know, Ray. I think that the youngins like dark mode too. I think the world has just fallen into sin generally. You know, I'm one of the few pure ones. I am an Arc user, yes, but I'm not using Arc for the live stream because I don't want to have something pop in. It's supposed to be there since it is my primary driver. All right, let's take a look. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Looks better. Cool. All right. It seems like there's some stuff in here that goes beyond what I just did. It's fine, I guess. Actually, let's be good citizens and actually add what break our commits into related items. So I'm not going to mess with any of that. And I am going to list this. Ability to create new lists. Okay. Well, let me be clear. Dark mode in your editor is the only way to go. Anybody that uses light mode in their editor for coding, they are also a sinner. Basically, anybody that doesn't have my exact preferences is a sinner. Okay. So let's get into how we want to add other users to the mute lists. I don't have this UX mapped out yet. I guess what we got to do is triple dot thing, add to list, and then you pick from a list set from your active lists. I'm guessing that's how that's got to work. We could, I feel like that's the least insane way to do this. Yeah, I use Git. I use aliases for Git. Anybody that does a lot of Git, I strongly recommend it. So like, this is very zoomed out. Let me just real quick. S for status, A to add, B for branch, clear. Why can't I clear out the output? Oh, look at this. D for diff, DC for diff cached, pull, push, all that kind of stuff. Strongly recommend aliases. All right, bring it back down. Yeah, I think the right way to do this is just to add to list element here, and then so there's a way actually to describe why somebody is on the list, which means that I can't just do pick a list and you're done. I actually need to give a way to enter why they're being put on the list, which makes this like a multi-stage thing. Which I guess just needs to be a modal with multiple stages, which I'd rather not do. Is there any way to make this easy on myself? Default mute reason is a nice UX. Yeah, maybe. We could do it like a... Yeah, it would make sense to actually do the mute reason as like from a radio list, and then you could choose to actually give a full reason. The why will be public, yeah. I mean, the logic is that like this is going to be a mute list and a block list mechanism here. I do know that there are ways that people could be absolute a-holes with this, but it's also kind of like, yeah, the why is actually a rich text field, so it would be possible to like dump in links and things like that. The logic is that moderation, this is like user community moderation, and we're trying to give some amount of at least option for transparency as to why somebody is being put on these lists. But yeah, people foresee slurs, absolutely, and like some of these things, there are some UX choices in the application that can be abused in that way, where I still think we should do them. Quote post is a really good example of that. Quote posting is often used for dunking, and so some folks are like, well, just get rid of quote posts. My response to that is, no, just find a way to mitigate the behavior you don't want. And I think that's actually a reasonable answer to quote posting. But for mute, like lists and things like that, man, I mean, it just gets real easy to just start putting people on lists and saying nasty, nasty things about them. Right, now you need block lists for block lists. Could limit the reasons available. Turn it into an enum instead of an open field. That would maybe be the right choice for this. Yeah, Regina George's burn book, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I think maybe you're right that this needs to be an enum instead of a open text. Plus, you know, for what it's worth, having to write the text is a pain. I do love the idea of having private notes that you can keep for decisions like that, you know? Because I frequently, I think a lot of people know the deal, like, not just for like muting, but also following. I'll follow somebody and then like they'll show up in my feed and be like, who, what, when did I follow this person? Why did I follow them? Is it somebody I met in person? Yeah, different groups are going to want different values for sure. Yeah, right. I'm not mad anymore. Okay. Yeah. Well, I've got two motives for wanting to not do the reason field. One of them is that I agree with y'all. There's a legit concern around letting people just write, you know, the mean girl, to say the least, is a problem. Yeah, whole CRM. It's kind of close. Yeah, I kind of don't disagree. It's kind of like a social CRM is one direction that I think this should evolve. Yeah, so it's not great. It's an abuse vector. The other problem is that I don't want to have to write that right now. So we're not going to do the reasons. We're just going to choose a list, stick them in there. We're going to pull that out of the schema. Cool. All right. Yep. All right, so let's get back to building off the web bit. Web. And then we're going to need to do a new modal for controlling this stuff. You could link a post as a reason for the mute. Yeah, I mean, like there are ways that we can constrain this. Well, the schema does mean out of the backend / API, yeah. Yeah, why don't I just kind of, while I'm somewhat still not in the zone, why don't I show what the lexicon looks like? Graph and list. So here's the data schema for creating a new list. It looks a little bit like JSON schema, but this is how lexicons get declared. And so every list has a purpose, a name, a description facets for rich text, and then an avatar, which is the image for the list, and a created app field. The only ones that are required are name, purpose, and created at. The purpose tells us that it is a what we call mod list, which means that it's meant for muting and blocking. We got started on it and realized, oh, you know what? If we don't describe what the purpose of the list is, then the interface for a list will be like, do you want to subscribe to all these people or block them? Which is really awkward and weird. So we decided to add a purpose thing in there so that it's just like if you're supposed to mute or block, you just are offered those options. And so that actually gets, so here's where we start to get into kind of some of the more interesting lexicon stuff. We use the ref type here to point to another schema, which is the bsky.graph.defs hash list purpose. So if we go over to the defs, you can see list purpose right here, which is a string with a known value of the mod list token here, mod list identifier, and then the mod list token is described right there, a list of actors to apply an aggregate moderation on. What we're seeing is in JSON, but if there were a kind of a syntax for this, it would probably look a little bit like TypeScript, a TypeScript ETS. It just, we're kind of like looking at the AST of our schema language, and at some point, I'm pretty sure we'll create a lexicon syntax. Interesting point, Jess. Jessapo. Yeah, that might be right. AST, abstract syntax tree. Whenever you have a programming language or any kind of DSL that is being used, the process for kind of turning that into a representation that the computer, into data that the computer can operate on, that's called an AST, abstract syntax tree. I don't want to. Sinners, all of you. Yes, I'm not going to say DSL anymore because it turns out that the streets have a different meaning for DSL. All right, so that's the list, and then we have a list item here. This is somebody that's inside of a list. Here's that reason stuff that we're going to strip out. Otherwise, it's pretty straightforward. Who you're adding, which list, and the timestamp. And then we got subscribe to mute list. This is the RPC method for subscribing and for unsubscribing. All right. So that's how these schemas work. Okay. All right. Time folks back up. We need a way to add somebody to a list. Probably what we want is a general control that is like a bunch of checkboxes for each list, and you just kind of choose which list they go in. And the good news about that is that it'll do double duty for removing somebody from the list. So, yeah. We do not have animated GIFs yet. All right. So let's create a new modal. This modal is going to be called add remove user list add remove user. We're going to call it that. List add remove user. A little awkward, but we're rolling with it. And we're going to just take create mute list and copy that business over. Now, is that the one? Do we want this to be full screen or do we want it to be a bottom sheet? I can't use bottom sheets right now whenever there's a keyboard input because of a problem with Android, but this won't have a keyboard input. But we'll need a scroll view inside of it. Which one is closest to this? Well, you know what? Let's just stick with full screen. So, that state. Keep that, drop these callbacks. Don't need a keyboard avoid in view. So we'll just make this a view. The whole thing is scroll view? No. Probably not. We're gonna drop out keyboard avoid in view. We're gonna keep the toast, I think. We don't need that. Don't need that. Don't that. Might need that. Don't need on create. Oh, this probably is gonna need to know. Gonna need to know the display name and the DID. Not gonna maintain error state. I'm not gonna put any analytics on this, I think. Or at least not right now. I'm gonna give it a test ID of list add modal. Okay, why is it upset about scroll view? Okay, that's one. Okay, we're gonna drop a bunch of these styles. Don't need theme. Alright, now we're going to drop all these imports that aren't getting used anymore. Okay, got a skeleton going for our modal. So now I'm going to go into the modal master control, where we have to import. This is, I'm filing this one under don't do this at home, kids, because this code is kind of horrifying, and I don't know how to fix how horrifying it is at the moment. Actually, first we need to go into the shell interface where we control the currently active modal. We need to define the interface for it. So it is the list add remove user modal. It takes in a display name and a subject. Okay, why is it mad about that? What's your problem? Oh, that's fine. List add remove user modal. Yeah, we put this. Is it curation? Is it moderation? Who knows? We're gonna just stick it under moderation for now. Okay, so now that interface exists, which means now in this horrendous else if. Yeah. This is not pretty. This is not good. But it is what it is. Okay, so that's it for mobile, and now we got to do the same for desktop. Yeah, so what I'm doing here is basically there is a kind of a fixed component that is embedded in the shell of the interface that then pays attention to the state of the active modal, and then has to do this giant switch statement about which active modal is there so that it renders the correct thing. It's not a switch statement; it's a giant if else. Yeah, that's how we do it. That's how we roll around here. Like I said, it's a pretty no. I don't have a great idea at the moment for doing better. That's how it's going to be. Okay, so now that that's done, we jump over to the profile header code where the drop down gets defined. Comments are for suckers. This is a giant element. So what we are looking at here is this code up here, and embedded in there is this drop down control, which is right here. So we probably are going to put this right under the share thing. It's going to be there every time. So we're going to put right here, profile header, drop down, add remove, list add remove button. Press add to lists. And where's the press share button on? Press share. I'm gonna put that adjacent, const. Press share, use callback. Can't type. I don't think this needs to be asynchronous. In fact, I don't think this needs to be asynchronous. And we're gonna copy you because this is the closest, and we're gonna do add to lists button clicked and list add. This should actually be able to do auto-performing. List add remove user. Subject is going to be view.bid, and the display name is going to be view.displayName or view.handle in case they don't have a display name. There is no on update, so that goes away. So now when I click here, add lists, add Bob to lists. Cool. All right. So there's that control. All right. I need to use the bathroom. So let's see if my old taking a break bump works. I'll be back in like a minute. Hot mic, yeah, so, sorry, is that really loud? My bad. Hang on. Maybe turn down your audio a little bit. I want to show you all. So back before I mentioned that I used to live stream a lot, I was working on a project called Citizen, and this was everybody's favorite thing. Whenever a commit happened, we would run this bump. Maybe turn down your audio just a smidge. I'm not using this now because it has the old project's name in it, which was Citizen, but check this out.
Citizen.
And I broke the sizing on it. Hang on. It's a great bump. And by the way, my brother made the music for that bump. It's way up in the top left corner, so sorry about that. But hang on. Let me see if I can resize it with the play.
Citizen.
Yeah, love that thing. I don't know. It's fun. Why don't we bring it back, even though it's using the wrong? Yeah, I'm using OBS. Yeah, at some point the output sizing got messed up, and so all my little bumps are missized. So that's what that's about. Yeah, you know what? That thing's too fun not to use, so we'll bring that back. Anytime I do a commit, I'll play the bump. Can I explain what happens when a person is muted? What happens is that you get it's kind of similar to what happens on Twitter. You don't get notifications from them. They get filtered out of your feed. And there was a bug originally. I believe now it will correctly filter them out if if somebody's replying to them or somebody's quote posting or stuff like that. So like you're taking them out of your view, and then whenever you come across them in like comments or like in threads, it shows a muted interface. So let me show you all what this looks like. So I'm going to mute Bob here. So I got a little account muted interface there, and then if I go to a thread that he's in, it shows like this: post from an account you muted, and then you can click through to see what the post was. But it's designed to try to kind of give you a little control over it that you can still push through on. Yeah, so that's what muting does. Yeah. So one of the things we're going to have to do is explain when somebody's muted, not because you muted them, but because they're on a mute list that you're subscribed to. Now, they won't come to your timeline. So, like, the only time that you will come across folks like this is, so I've muted Bob, and I'm, see, now that's wrong. We should, oh, you know what? I think I know what's going on there. Okay. So, mutes and blocks, there's a thing that I need to get done, which is I need to basically cause every interface to refresh so that it applies immediately. Confusingly right now, if you don't refresh the interface, the mute doesn't apply immediately. My bad. Yeah, so like now you can see that even though I'm following Bob, all of his stuff is getting muted out. Replies to and from stuff that would be surfacing Bob is getting filtered out. Now I'm going to go into a thread where Bob is probably one of these threads, Bob is going to have replied to it somewhere. There it is. And so it shows up in that view, right? And then you can kind of click through to see what's up. But my notifications, now again, it didn't apply immediately, so if I refresh this though, see now Bob's filtered out, right? So that's what muting does. It's private, it's just a personal filter. That's how that do. And now I can go over to moderation, muted accounts, there's Bob, and unmute them. Something else I need to do is make it so that their posts show up whenever you actually go onto their profile. I had that for a little bit and then broke it whenever I did a rewrite of the moderation system, but yeah, Arda, you're right. That is the risk around mute lists, that they get abused by people. In fact, you know, this is going to be something that people are going to have to kind of engage with as we go. We're going to have to engage with as we go, which is that, yeah, getting moderational powers, when people give you authority, you can abuse that authority. It's just straight up how that goes. Do we have a plan for overriding the mute list? Yeah, I think it would make a lot of sense that if you're following somebody, that overrides a mute list. Yeah, I don't know. We're going to have to... The thing is that, like, you know, you're trying to... It's a balance, right? So I think that, like, we're going to need to moderation is just a big part of the social experience, you know? And so I actually, in many ways, think of these kinds of social networks almost like a video game or like an MMO. And I think about mechanisms like moderation and curation, basically gameplay mechanics. Maybe that's just because I'm a gamer, but it helps me kind of think it through. And I think in a lot of ways, it is kind of a game that everybody's playing with each other. It's like a social game, like playing what is it, Jokebox? You know, is it Jokebox? There's Jackbox. What's the other one that everybody does? Can't even remember now. So what we are basically doing is bringing moderation into the gameplay. Is how I would describe it. Whereas there's Jackbox, but there's another one that's more popular. What's the one that's more popular as of late? You play with your phone. I mean, I think probably Jackbox caught up to it. It's basically mainly web apps. Is it Jackbox? What am I thinking of? Anyway, Jackbox has been around for like forever. There was another one though. Gartic Phone is one of the games inside of those. All right, well, doesn't matter. So anyway, we're bringing moderation up into gameplay as opposed to making it something that like gets done illegibly on the outside. Okay, that's Jackbox. All right. And so that means that like there's going to be meta, there's going to be dynamics between the players of the game, so to speak, and so yeah, there's going to have to be kind of means by which you can, you know, when a decision is made, when somebody creates a powerful mute list and stuff like that, that like there's back pressure, you know, basically mechanisms of gameplay, so to speak, that allow people to kind of audit it and have some way to push back on that, and vice versa. And that's how it has to. That's how it helps me think about. Okay, meta is a gaming term. Meta means like the meta game. Yeah, so like meta comes from League of Legends, Dota, StarCraft, things like that. It has to do with like how people play the game at any given moment, based on how the rules of the game are constructed or what the effects of various things are. And so whenever you're playing like League of Legends, something like that, it's some particular character in the game, some champion, gets to be particularly powerful, then the meta what you say is that the meta has reoriented around that person. So like right now, one character is good in the meta and one character is bad in the meta, and that could switch over time as developers basically tune the characters, or the players figure out a strategy around one of the characters that turns out is actually really effective in certain contexts. So the meta is this kind of constantly evolving. It's the meta game. When we introduce moderation tools like this, it's going to shift the meta. And you're going to basically change the way that you play the social game based on how the meta shifts. I don't play Dota 2. I did play League a little bit. Yeah, and sometimes exactly. And so sometimes people will cheese the game. Cheesing is where you find some very low effort, very effective gameplay that other people can't counter. And when you have a lot of cheesing in the game, usually the developers will get in there and find a way to counteract the cheesy strategy. Maybe there could be unmute lists, a totally legit idea. Like, you know, you're always trying to balance like how complicated things get and make sure that everything stays accessible and legible to people. But yeah, I mean, like an unmute list or a list that's kind of like a positive assertion that can override those sorts of things, totally on the table. Health threads are a cheese right now. Health threads became meta. Yeah, there was a glitch in the game that created a particular form of gameplay, and it evolved into the meta, and so we preserved it. Which is why whenever we fixed the notification problem and people were upset, we chose to bless a health thread so that people could keep having fun with that gameplay. I really do often think of it in these terms, and I hope it doesn't come off as like overly reductive or not taking seriously how things work, because it all is pretty important. But this helps me understand how to think about the design space. I can't bless the original numbers thread. It had to be a new health thread so that people that didn't want to participate could get out. Yeah, so, what are we doing here? Right. Devs gotta listen to the gamers. You gotta listen to people playing. Who are you doing it for if not them? Okay, so let's clear out my open tabs here so I can kind of reorient myself. We're working on that new modal. What happened to Blizzard is one of the most tragic things of all time. I don't want to talk about it. It's such a damn bummer. Okay, so we're going to need a model here. Oh, is Retroid in here? David, you're Retroid, right? Aha. As I said, the Mozart of ruining my life is here. No, I'd say that completely out of respect. David has been finding all of the edge cases that we didn't think through, and really helping surface them. Which is really important. Maybe it doesn't always come at a moment that I really want to be addressing some of those problems, but you know what? That is on me, not on Retroid. And Retroid is actually doing a service to everybody by surfacing them in relatively safe ways. In safe ways. Yeah, you know, I feel like, do we force the TID? Because I feel like you could have made the self-linking post just by choosing the R key, but I don't know. Tell me if we do that or not. It is skilled QA, it is. The @everyone post was my favorite. I forget if that was you, Retroid, but anyway, yeah, we need to kind of lock up some of the stuff, especially around the rich text system. It's a little too loosey-goosey. All right, we need a model. We need the list model. And we just go with import this. Why don't we just do it like this? And we pass in the store, and we pass in the store.move.id, and we're going to do that, and then we're going to do a use effect. Okay, I actually, how do I want to do this? Yeah, So what I want to have is when I click this, I want to have a list of all your lists with a checkbox on each of them so you can add and remove. I could also just enumerate all of them and do an on press. No, it kind of needs to be a checkbox though. For now, I think we're going to do a checkbox thing. So then, if I do a flat list, I could do a flat list and then have it be full load more behavior, which would probably be the right way to do it. Or something more complex than I want it to be. Let's modify those. Let's take a look. All right, so we do have a list rendering component already, which would be a lot better if we were able to reuse. It's not super duper designed for this. I think that's what we ought to do. All right. Yeah, that's going to move. No, that's not what I want. Nope. Also good. Okay, so we need to add some event handlers here. So I'm going to basically reuse the component that is driving this inside the modal and just add sophistications to it rather than re-implementing that behavior. It's going to take a little bit of work, but I think that's the most expedient choice here and least likely to create divergent functionality. Not super stoked about it, but that's just probably the right way to do it. So we're going to do it like that. Which means I need to go to moderation, mute lists, and grab some of these things. And need really you and you. Do we not have the on retry yet? We don't. Okay. I'm not going to worry about that then. Okay, and I'm going to do that. And list.refresh when we create a new one. And we're going to do that. We're going to get rid of that for now. Add this. And we're going to import empty state with button. And okay, let's see what this looks like. Okay. portability. So a couple of things need to happen here. Joe, right now all we're doing is mute lists, which are a moderational feature. We'll get the other kind of lists in later in the future. Alright, so a couple things need to happen. First of all, the sizing needs to be set appropriately for this control. Not necessarily against the border showing up, but we need to kind of think that through. Let's double check that the layering modals works. Let's just kind of take a quick look at how that goes. Okay, that shows up correctly, so that's actually pretty handy. We're going to need to do the equivalent on mobile. Not too worried about that. And then we need to add checkbox elements to it. So there's a couple of configuration points that we need to add into that list rendering. The first is whether or not that control shows up. We need to factor that out to be something that is a parameter. Show add buttons. And then we're going to go to the moderation need list, and we're going to set whether or not we show the add button in that scenario if it's desktop web. But then over here, we're going to have it show all the time. Okay, so that's item number 1. Now let's take a look at how this looks inside of iOS. We have our own design system. Moderation tab is going to be visible to everybody. Moderation is a part of the experience for everybody in Bluesky. It is not something that moderators do exclusively. Basically, anybody can start to take charge on moderation. No, that's not what I want. I want to go to Bob. I want to go to add to lists. Okay. That close button looking real ugly. Okay, interesting. Okay. So the border problem is only on, and the sizing problem is at the moment only on. Oh, we do need a close button because it's full screen. If I press this, what happens? Okay. What's my opinion on the time that you blocked yourself and had to ask for help? I don't know if that you were the person I said this to at the time, but it was kind of like when a kid gets his head stuck in the banisters. You have to come and help him get it out. That's my opinion about that. Okay. Let's see if we can avoid doing cool. Well, good to see you. Glad you're here. Hope your head's okay. Let's see what happens if we actually turn this into a flat list instead of, not a flat list, but a control like this. So the question is, actually, if it behaves well on Android, actually. That's the tricky thing. So let's find out. And this will take a little bit, so I'll just chill and talk with y'all while we wait. Alright, while we're waiting for Android to build, this takes a little bit of time. Open for questions. Will public moderation avoid abuse of that system by organized harassment campaigns? The moderation system is going to be a multi-layered system. It's going to rely on things, on a number of things, whether it's trust graphs and reputation. It's going to rely on direct kind of moderational systems that people run, either like community-driven ones or services people are providing. There's also the ability for servers and aggregators to apply moderation, but we try to keep that scope down to legality questions because those are really powerful positions in the network. There's also the inverse of moderation, which is curation, where custom algorithms will come into play and things like that. We also think that being able to control your space is pretty important, and so as the reputation system evolves, it will involve things like being able to control who can reply to you at all, to groups of people that you trust and things like that. My general philosophy about how this whole network should operate is that the global shout box is actually bad. That forcing everybody in the world to share a space with each other all the time is not a good idea. And that people should be able to create communities for themselves, and then we do find ways to help introduce people into those communities rather than saying, nope, everybody has to share a space together no matter how you feel about each other, and then, you know, welcome to the Thunderdome. There's a lot of reasons for this. I actually think that creating harmony between people is a inherently powerful act. I think that it helps to keep people from wandering into contexts that they don't understand. It's, you know, when you get hit with a kind of a conversation or a kind of mental framework that completely bounces off of yours, in my opinion, that is just as likely to enrage you and make you dislike those people rather than to increase your understanding. So I actually am somewhat inclined to say that there should be more structured ways to get different kinds of people to understand each other and to harmonize with each other. On top of that, I think the emotional chaos of being confronted with literally everything all the time is pretty horrible for people's mental health. So I think that a good default is to get people into safe community spaces with people that they understand and like and have a good time with, and then find interesting ways to bridge the gaps between them as opposed to forcing them into the hell feed with everybody. Some people are concerned that that creates a filter bubble problem. I think that concern is personally, I think it's overblown. So yeah, that's the kind of philosophy that I have about this. Jackson, there are going to need to be, that's probably, when you're talking about things like mute lists or artifacts like that, you're probably getting into reputation systems / just kind of the entire, like the shared block list premise. A block list is a really powerful segmentation. The block list basically prevents interaction entirely from two cohorts. And so if there are people out there who are really just being awful like that, and they will eventually find their way onto a block list, and anybody that uses the block list just won't see them. You know, they're just going to be segmented within the social space of the network. And we're going to start with that, and then over time, depending on how that goes, we may have to look at ways to invert it, where rather than thinking in terms of default allow and then we filter out, we may need to start looking at default deny, and we filter in people based on the reputation graph. Because it's a global world, people are going to create sock puppets and fake accounts and bots and all that sort of stuff, and we got to be realistic about how that functions. that's our philosophy around it. It's going to take time to develop, but we are not unfamiliar with how this stuff goes. Do I think that there will be instance level or BGS level defederation or blocking? There will be. However, like I said, at the server level and at the aggregator level, you're making decisions for a lot of people. So you really have to be careful about that approach, in my opinion. What I don't want is for personal beefs to end up causing users to lose access to people that are fine, that are not creating a problem. Which you open up if you start to say, yeah, the server will moderate for everybody on their thing. Now, a counterbalance to that is the fact that we created account portability. So if your server is defederating in a way that you don't like, then you can deal with that. But social pressures are very real, things like that. So my hope is that defederation occurs only because of issues of like straight up legality. There's a server, for instance, in the network that is just letting illegal content like CSAM propagate throughout, and they're not doing anything to clamp down on it, or resource abuse things, that they're actually attacking the capacity of the network to function, and that's when you get defederated. What is reputation based on? It's a giant, reputation systems are a giant question. Technically, the follow graph already sets the foundation for a reputation system, and you can make reputation decisions based on the follow graph. It's not perfect to do that. You really have to think very clearly about what each signal inside of a reputation system is actually telling you. What a follow tells you is that I'm interested in that person's content. It doesn't necessarily carry transitively. It doesn't necessarily mean that I trust this person. So you have to think really clearly about what each signal that you're using in a reputation system actually suggests. I don't have any kind of like, yes, here's the perfect answer to everything. The simple reality is that, going back to my game metaphor, the meta is going to evolve constantly as we find ways to improve outcomes, and my general framework for this is more what you want and less of what you don't. So as we try systems, as we try mechanics for people to deal with these things, we're going to look at how it shakes out, and then we're going to adapt. So that's how that happens. What happens to your account if your home server gets shut down? So let me first describe how migration works. Everybody has this personal data repository that contains all their information. You can export that at any time, and in fact the entire open system, the federation system, works by essentially exporting it all the time. It shares out this personal data, your data repository, out to the other services so that they can then ingest them and work with them. So as an end user, you also can do that. You can sync it down to your computer to back it up. You can send it out to another service in the network so that they back it up for you, things like that. And then there's a piece of of configuration that's in the network that indicates what your current home server is, and that's done through the DID system. So whenever you want to move to another service, what you do is you just export all of your data to the new service, and then you update the DID thing to say, this is my new home server, not the other one. Stop talking to the old one. Now, how do we make sure that that happens reliably, for instance, if the server goes down? There's two things that need to happen. The first is that you'll need to have a backup of your data, right? And so we're looking at ways to make having backups available as easy as possible. Some people have proposed having it actively back up to your phone as you go. I'm not entirely sure that the resources that requires makes that feasible, but we're going to look at it. But the more general answer would be that you could just download my data kind of thing, or there could be a service out there that's doing it for you automatically. The other thing that you have to do is, if the server that you're migrating away from is online and behaving well, it should facilitate you being able to switch between services, but there's actually some risk that that's not the case, that the server that you are using could just get blasted off the internet suddenly and no longer be able to help you do that. And we have an answer to that, which is you can create a recovery key, which you would do, again, preemptively. You would want to do this before you need it. The recovery key would be something that you write down, which you call a paper key. You stick that somewhere, and then whenever you do the migration, you would use the recovery key to move the account to another service after you've uploaded it to that. The recovery key gets stored wherever you put it. It's not automatically, at the moment we don't intend to put that in your data or anything like that. It's supposed to be a key that you control. There might have been an error in the architecture diagram from the blog yesterday. There was no connecting PDS to PDS, which I think is possible without a BGS. That wasn't an error, but let me explain exactly what that means. By default, the PDSs don't talk to each other. By default, they are designed to be hosts of the data. They don't push events to each other. They don't let you know, hey, you got mentioned, stuff like that. They can. Essentially, if you wanted to run an aggregator of your own, like a BGS of your own, you could run that along with your PDS, and it would be fetching that information to drive behaviors like that. And they talk a little bit about this in the blog post about how there's flexibility in how things are done, but we're kind of going with the default behavior of not doing that inside the PDS. And why do we do that? The reason is that we want the PDS to be something that can run cheaply, something that you could set up on a pretty low-cost hardware and have your own data being hosted and not have to spend a ton of money to make that happen. And where federated architectures with socials sometimes fall down is whenever they have baked in the idea that when an event occurs that the home server should get a notification about that, or for that matter, that whenever they're hosting data that everybody needs to go to that server to get the data. That when you get to a certain scale, that tends to mean that you have really bad burst load problems, where a home server can get absolutely swamped with events. And so we decided to not make the default that PDSs intercommunicate and instead rely on the aggregators with the option to run your own aggregator if you want to, so that we are ensuring that people can run these things cheaply. In that case, couldn't the BGS become centralized sensors? I imagine they're going to be expensive to run at scale. A BGS that is supposed to run the entire network, yeah, it's expensive. Yeah, there's probably not going to be a whole lot of global things. It's probably going to be pretty similar to how many search engines there are. So if you are concerned about the censorship properties of this, what you do is you run your own aggregator, right? And it doesn't have to be a total aggregator. If you want to make sure that you're getting just what we call small world communication, which is communication between you and the people that you're particularly interested in, then you run your own aggregator and you sort of layer that into where the data is coming from. But there's actually just a basic law of physics thing here. It's not about, at some point this becomes less about how we've designed it and more about what is actually possible in a network like this. And making a large-scale social network like this, there's going to be some part of it that is expensive. That is absolutely just how it works. So we have made it so that you can switch off of these aggregators. You could switch BGSs, you could run your own, things like that, to create counter pressure to the control that they have. But at the end of the day, somebody has to create these indexes. And these indexes are large and they're costly. And that's just basic law of physics. Anybody that has tried to counteract this has thus far failed because federated queries have never performed well. So that's the kind of the basic reality of this. I imagine somebody will have to figure out monetization for the BGS providers because they have to pay the bill somehow. That's exactly true. By the way, thus far, what the way that our architecture is working is pretty much how as far as I could tell, how most of these networks operate. If you ever have done any programming on Ethereum, you probably have come across Infura. Infura is essentially the equivalent of a BGS for the Ethereum ecosystem. You need to be able to run queries against the data set. And the Ethereum blockchain is enormous, and most people don't want to have to spend the money to sync in all of that data and then so that they can write API calls against it. Infura is an example of that exact architecture. And until somebody finds a way to make federated queries efficient, every decentralized architecture is going to rely on this or be small scale. All right, let's see how this thing looks on Android. This is, you're sort of, actually I don't even know if the light client metaphor works. Okay, so it's not trying to scroll. That is kind of at the core of the problem. Let's first see what happens when I do this. Okay, it seems happy with that. Now let's test overflowing. Actually, there's a simple way to test overflowing. Okay, that's what I was afraid of. So the scrolling behavior on Android doesn't work correctly. All right, let's see if I can fix it. So I'm guessing maybe, do I have the ability to pass a style in? I do, and that gets attached to the flat list. No, it doesn't. It gets attached to the view that surrounds the flat list. Okay. Let's see what happens if I put a flex one on it. If I put a flex one on it, it totally loses all the data. Hey, good to see you. Johan Bove, I think, right? What if we put a fixed height on it? Nope, still doesn't want to scroll. Okay. That is agitating. Okay. This is the real joy of the cross-platform stuff. That something that'll work just fine on iOS and on desktop won't work on Android. Get stuff like this all the time, and it really slows down development. So it'll work fine if we do the full list thing. So we're gonna have to do full screen. Oh, really wish that wasn't the case, but gotta live with what you get. Flex one on it, what happens? Yeah, so that still doesn't like that. Okay, but it likes that. Okay. I can live with this. I need to make this close button a little easier. Let's take a look at how that's all coming out on iOS. Hey Lucas, love to have you here. Add to lists. Okay, that seems to be happy enough. Ain't pretty. It ain't pretty, but it'll have to do the job, as they say. So, how are we gonna roll this? Padding's off up at the top, and the close button needs to be a little less of a free-floating label. Why don't we turn the close button into an actual button? And you know what? I'm gonna just bring in the button components. Okay. What type of button do we want to have? We want to have probably default. Yeah. And then we want to tune it a bit. First of all, okay. And a little better. And then we want to modify the sizing a smidge. What tools do I have? I can style the thing itself. Oh, and I can style the label. Ah, I'm so good. Alright, so we're gonna do style equals styles dot close button and style equals styles dot close button. And we're gonna do close button and that. Label. And the close button padding horizontal is going to be, let's go 24, padding vertical 22, close button label font size, we're going to do 18. A little too aggressive. All right, let's take the padding vertical down to 16 and take the font size up to 21. Okay, the font size is not getting applied. What's going on? Close button. Ah. Okay, so let's take that back down to 18. Okay, that is still really ugly. Let's not mess with the padding vertical. Okay. Not in love with this, but I'm just gonna have to roll with it. Okay. And rather than close, why don't we call it done? Say done. That button is dramatically larger than everything else. Now we're in the territory that is very difficult to navigate, which is that the way that it renders inside the simulator doesn't give you a good representation of how it feels when you're actually using it, and I will often have to do my work in the simulator and then actually open it up on my phone and work off the phone for a little bit to get a real sense of how it feels, which is a pain. Okay, and then we're going to do a border top width of 1 and put a border color on it. Border. Okay. Really wish that button wasn't so small though. Yeah, I'm working on the official app, and working on a new feature called mute lists. I'm afraid that that done button is just not... Why don't we try giving it the primary styling? I feel like that at least makes it a little more noticeable. No, padding up here is just crazy. Okay, we're getting somewhere. What's happening here? Yeah, it's funny, the request for invite codes, because like on the one hand, like, yeah, it can get to be a bit much, but on the other hand, like, it's so damn, like, awesome that people want them. So I can never get that mad about it. You do this stuff long enough with people not caring at all. Like, oh man, you know, like, I've been working on projects like this since 2014. Most of them are just flying under the radar. Nobody cares. So for people to actually care, it's just kind of mind-blowing. It's really nice. It's at 1.9 million before we do some deduplication and cleanup. Once we clean it up a little bit, I think that probably shrinks down to more like 1.3. And we've only like, there's only like 55,000 people on right now. It's so wild. All right. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not like bowled over by this, but you know, it's gonna be what it's gonna be. Next up, we need to add a kind of a checkbox behavior, and we also need to know which ones Bob is in. I gotta pace. All right. Yeah, I know, only 55,000, but like, that's still so small. That's what's so crazy. Okay, so we need to introduce into the lists, toggle mode, I think is the simplest way to describe it. Oh gosh, how am I gonna do this? Let's first find out how we find out which lists a user is in. So in the lists, in the list model, in the list view, we don't have the members. I don't like it. It's a real pain. I don't have a very good way to get which lists Bob is in, because there's no back-end route for it at the moment, and if I wanted to create that, what I would have to do is I would have to fetch the members of every list and then do set inclusion on all of them, and some of these lists could get enormous. So it's not exactly a light lift, which isn't great. Now the answer to this may end up being that we just need to add the ability to get list memberships from the back end. But I don't want to do that right now. For one, I don't have the back end guys working tonight, or today, so it wouldn't be easy to get that added. And for two, I feel like I'd rather rescope the UX than add more complexity to the APIs. So Mike B's that's what I'm thinking, that this is only for adding, not removing, and then removing is managed from the actual tab. It's not as good of a UX, but it's certainly what we could do. It also means that you will probably forget which ones they're in. It would be really nice if it said you filtered out the ones that they're already in, but it won't. But that's just going to have to be where we are at with this. So that's the action. So on the plus side, that simplifies the code a good bit. Will you get notified if you're tagged in a list? First of all, we're doing mute lists right now, not block lists. Block lists will be a future topic. What list am I in is a big world job. Getting a notification from it is not crazy. It's also kind of one of the easiest ways for people to be dicks to you, so I don't know. I don't know if we do or don't want that. Alright, so I'm just going to make it an add only action. So I'm going to rename this just add user. That upset the build. And I'm going to now search for add remove. Okay. We are still coding. Touching grass, we're coding. We're doing it all, baby. Okay. So then that just means that now inside of this, I just need to have a onPress item override. It'll default to linking, press list. But if you pass in a onPress, then you get a, what do you get? Probably just the URI. List URI string, and then over here, we're gonna go right here. onPress list, list card, onPress. Do onPress list UI string avoid onPress if onPress is set. Son of a gun. It's a link element. Do I have a way to override onPress for links? Oh, that's annoying. I am drinking water. I have not had lunch. I'll eat something in a second. I'll eat something in a second. How do I get around this? I don't have to do what I think I have to do. Yeah, I know what must be done. I don't like it. I don't like it. Let me be clear, I don't like it, but I'm gonna do it. Sometimes you just gotta do it. Of course I use that. Render item. That's not what I wanted. I wanted that. Okay, and now over here, we're going to define render item. This is actually not the worst. Boom. We now have control over the item rendering from our modal. Okay, so I'm going to go to the list card. I'm going to grab a lot of this behavior, but not all of it. Grab all that. I'm going to stick it all right here. I'm going to grab some styles. That's not used here. Shove that over here. Okay, now how much complaining we got? Description ain't gonna show here. Ain't gonna render the button like that. And then the list, let's call it a list. And we need a couple of imports. User avatar and sanitized display name. Import user avatar and import sanitized. Cool. Hey, Addie, nice to see you. Okay, so now we are controlling the rendering right here, which means I can start to add different behaviors. And let us know list item Avi content. Oh, don't do that. Okay. That doesn't need to be there. All right. Let's see. Heavy not being used. Layout button details not being used. Pill is pill being used. It is not. And button is probably not getting used. Okay. Progress. Now I'm going to jump on over to the general sort of rendering of this. Pal.border. We want to put a border on the top of every one of these things. We need to pass in the palette object. In the dependencies, we're going to put a border top width of 1 on these guys. Okay. Now pad ain't right at all, so let's fix that up. Padding horizontal, let's try 12, padding vertical 10. Okay, I don't hate that. That's actually pretty spacious in a good way. In fact, why don't we get it to line up with that new mute list button? So that should just be 14. Is that quite right? No, it's not going to be the leftmost. No, it actually might be. Yeah. Okay, okay, okay. There's still the vertical line spacing is just wrong on that. Why is that? I can't ship that. What is going on with that? Why would the create new container have slightly different padding? It shouldn't. I swear it's slightly more space at the bottom. Okay, here's another one. Don't do. Little tip for people programming. Don't do this sort of thing. I'm giving different paddings to the top and the bottom because they don't visually align as far as I can tell. I just did the wrong one. Yeah, no, it looks right. I don't know what that's about. Alright. Now what we want to do, I still actually want to do a kind of a checkbox thing so you could actually add to more than one list. I want to make it feel clear. The fact that it doesn't bring in an existing state totally sucks, but that's just going to have to be how it be. So we're going to add in a checkbox element here. It's going to have a border width of 1. It's going to be, let's go by 24 by 24. We're going to give it a border radius of 12. And we're going to stick that on the right side. Okay, and it's a little crowded off to the right, somewhat surprisingly. So I'm going to give it a margin right of 6. I'll try to stick with even numbers for my margins and sizings. Okay, that's starting to feel right. Need to do anything there? I don't think I do. Okay, now let's start maintaining some state of which items you have checked. Checked lists. Having a item in your semantics which is a list leads to things like list. It's not my fave. We're gonna do this as sets are kind of awkward in a kind of functional way of thinking. I guess I'm just going to do it as an array. And then we're going to do this. We're we're gonna do styles. We're gonna do how many minutes? We're gonna do checked lists dot includes list dot URI, and we're gonna do different styles pending. Styles dot checkbox cal dot All right, now I'm gonna change this header component to a pressable. And we're gonna do press. Oh, I just inverted that. You get spread. Cool. Little checky checks. Fun. All right. Let's get an icon inside of them. Okay, now is selected. If it is true, is selected, and we're going to put in a font. Awesome. Icon. Let's take a look at which awesome icons we have imported. Assume there's a check mark there. Yes. Okay. And now we actually need one more palette, which is the inverted palette. Okay. Almost there. We just need to now use some Flexbox love. Cool. Checky, checky. You're right. It is a radio button instead of a checkbox. we go. Thank you for calling that out. It occurred to me, but I didn't think it through. Yep, nope. Gotta use the language of interfaces. Okay, let's see how this is behaving on web. Check circle. We loaded yet? Not Boober. Alrighty. Add to lists. Ooh, how ugly is that? The scroll bar is really gross. But everything else is right. Sort of. Sort of. Good enough. Ew. Gross. You know what this would look okay in is light mode. Ish. Guess what, web? You're gonna have to live with that. Because it's not broken. Yep. You're gonna have to live with that. Fire in the hole. Sorry about that. Okay. And why don't we just double check on Android, make sure there's nothing wrong there. Would I like to see the full? When you Addie, you're talking about our application, right? Yeah. I'm like 99.9999% sure that it's going to be, and probably in the not too distant future. We need to do a quick sweep on it, make sure we don't have any tokens in there that need to be pulled out and then refreshed. Yeah, you know, the other thing we'll need to do is set up some processes for contributors. The thing is, one of the things that you know I've actually pointed out many times is that open source contributions are wonderful, but they are a lot. They're a lot to deal with. There's you know, when you're working on something like we are, where you have just a ton of stuff that you're already trying to do, somebody will show up with a contribution that really doesn't align with like where your head's at right now, and it's a kind of big obligation to deal with that. You will get stuff that's just not on the roadmap, or stuff that is like, okay, you could do it that way, but that's not the best way to do it. It's very hard whenever you don't have really tight synchronicity with the people that you're working with, and even when you do, it's hard. Even if it's a perfect contribution, it might be that, you know, it just takes time to review the code, or for that matter, you know, you run into like, oh, actually we already had somebody working on that, and now you just created a PR that like, oh gosh, we had people work on that. So like the lack of coordination is really challenging. It's a lot of management overhead. So we've been debating whether or not we do, like, whether we take contributions on it or not. And I think right now where my head's at is that we do, but we put in some pretty rigorous process about it, and we make it really clear that like contributions may just get like allowed, may just sit, may not be accepted. Because it's just a lot. It's just a lot. I think there is a chance that eventually, like as things progress, we'll be able to create a better process for it. But it's just a lot, is all there is to it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, I think once things stabilize a little bit, it'll be more palatable. But there's a very specific reason we didn't start that way, and that is that it's just like, yeah, it's just very hard, and you can really easily just kind of upset people that are trying to be helpful, or get into really, really difficult fights around like what direction should we be going and things like that. And I definitely did not want to be doing this open with contributions while we were getting the skeleton of the thing done, because until what you really get that's really difficult when you're first working on the application is everybody coming in with every kind of UX opinion. You should do it like this. And we have those exact debates internally, and having them on the public forum is slow. It is slow and hard. And so that's what that's about. Yeah. For what it's worth, I would really encourage everybody to think of the client as like a web browser rather than like where a lot of the magic happens. I mean, there's a lot of it that's important, but like it tries to actually be as thin as possible. We want to have a lot more of the interesting stuff, like how algorithms work, not be something that gets determined by the client, but actually by the network. And I am very optimistic that we're going to get into custom algorithms soon, and you'll start to see what I'm talking about then. Okay, let's take a look at how things turned out on Android. Okay, seems to be fine. So, oh, what the heck, Android? Oh my gosh, 3 platforms is just the worst. The spacing is off at the bottom. I gotta stick a Android dependent patty at the bottom. Classic Android. Okay. I think that inverted color is too heavy. Yeah, that feels better. Yep, that's better. No, I don't mute folks for backseat UXing. I want to hear everybody's thoughts. I want to factor in things I'm missing. Okay, we're pretty close now. We just need to actually do the adding. Now let us now turn our hymnals to the data model. I think right now I just have to create the list items. This is not my favorite. So where the APIs are at the moment is that I have to use the CRUD interface to directly create the list item record. No big deal, but it's a little easy to create duplicates. A little easy to create dupes. for the same reason it's a little hard to show which ones somebody's currently in. And I think in the short term we actually do just need to have a way to get this information. Okay. Taking a stretch. Ugh. I think we need to have a model that tells us which of your lists a user is in and gives us a nice API for adding and removing. Mm-hmm. This will fail at some point, but this is what we got to do for now. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We are. You don't want the cat, huh? She's sleeping. We gotta take advantage of when she's sleeping, because once she wakes up and wants attention, it becomes very difficult for me to work. So we gotta leave the baby. Let the baby sleep. I'd like to see the baby. So what we're gonna do here is we are going to try to, yes, fetch all of the list item assignments that the user has created. We're going to filter them down to the ones that relate to the user that we're interested in, and that's how we're going to do set list membership for now. I'm doing a for loop that goes up to 100. 100 is the sanity escape condition. Hopefully you won't have more than 100 times 100 list items before we get to replace this with something that actually works. This is a game I have to play frequently as we work on the client and develop the protocol/backend in conjunction with the front end. So what we're going to do is we're going to do this. This is our actual break condition if there's no cursor. By the by, a lot of people know me from, actually we're not going to wrap this in a try catch. If it fails, we're going to bubble that out to the world. Let the world know that we fucked up. To the caller, really. People that know me from before this project know that I worked on a lot of peer-to-peer systems, and I'm here to tell you that I no longer believe that you can do everything in the client. If you don't do stuff in the server, don't have a lot of pre-computed lists, you're in for a bad time. Actually, our page size might be limited by the color. Let's see. Server. Is it server? It's repo. Repo. List records. Limit. Maximum 100. Okay, we can do 100. Okay, and why don't we just apply a filter right here? Vector dot value dot subject must equal this dot subject. And then we are going to run in action this dot number lists is equal to records. Dot map. And that is not quite right. It's actually that. Okay. We got this. Is subject correct? Let me double check that actually. Nobody asked me that. I said it like somebody asked me that question. That was a question that came from my own brain. Graph item, graph, list item. It's subject and list. I don't want to look at the, yes, no, that's correct. Okay. Okay, so now we also need two other functions to help us out here, and that is add lazy loading. Lazy loading won't do it. We need to have a comprehensive list inclusion. We run into the problem no matter what. We're going to do add, and we're going to do list URI, and we're going to do remove. And we're also going to do nothing. Okay. Now we're going to do is member list URI. And we're going to do return this dot memberships. And m dot list equals list drive. All right. And if is member return. Oh, that is not right. This is member list UI. Okay, and then likewise we're gonna do that. And then we're actually gonna do this. We're gonna do get membership. And we're gonna do like this. We're gonna do membership equals list update membership of the list UI. If it doesn't exist, then we'll bomb out. And otherwise, and then membership. Then we're going to await this dot root store dot agent dot app dot bsky.graph dot list item dot delete. Name spacing. We're gonna do repo this dot root store dot me dot did, and we're gonna do our key. Isn't that our key? Yeah, it's our key. Whatevs, bro, whatevs. We're gonna do our key. And we're going to get our key by doing this. New at URI of the list URI. I misspelled membership again. You know what? We don't need to get the membership. This that is member list URI. Okay. Almost there. We're going to need to import the at URI constructor, and that's supposed to be at URI, and that needs to be like that. No. Okay. That's deletion. Okay. And we should also oh gosh, darn it. We do want the membership. Okay. Const membership equals list get membership list UI. If it doesn't exist, we bomb out, and then we want to do run an action. This dot memberships equals this dot membership. I didn't need to do this. Gosh. Dot filter. M dot list does not equal list UI. Now let's do the add, and that's going to be const as equals rate, all that. Create, we don't specify an R key, but then we do specify a second parameter, which is the record itself. And let us now turn our handles back to the schema. List item, it looks like this. Subject list created at are our required items. We set subject to this dot subject. List is gonna be list URI. We are dropping the reason and the reason facets, and then our created at is going to be a new date time to ISO string. I'm not seeing anything in the chat. Are y'all still alive? Somebody give me a shout if you're still living. No dead. Good deal. Okay. All right. What's going on here? New date. It's new date, not new date time. All right. There's the result, and then we just do run in action. Stop it, Eddie. It's too nice. All right. This dot memberships equals this res dot. Oh, it's just the URI. It doesn't give me the record. Fetch the record. Boo. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's it. Well, funny enough, this actually does mean we can do add and remove from inside this interface, so we in fact got there. So, here's what we do next. Now that we have this nice little thing for... You're not complaining? You are. Now I have this nice little model for seeing what somebody's in. List, membership model. We create that buddy. List, we'll do memberships. React.use memo. Store and subject. And when we do that, store.fetch, not store.fetch, we do memberships.fetch here. And, interesting. We actually need to do this. We need to do that then. And then we're gonna include the failure case as well. Store.log.error. Failed to fetch memberships. Error. If it succeeds, we are now going to go through memberships. M of memberships dot. You should be giving me autocomplete. Give me autocomplete. Why you gotta be like that? I think it's just memberships. And we're gonna do. We're not going to do that. We're going to do set selected, and we're going to map this to the m.list. Okay, let's see if that created any problems. Not yet. All right, last step. We gotta do it on, on cancel ain't right. We could either update the records every time you tap or do it when you close. And I'm kind of inclined to do on close. Problem is that does risk. No, you know what? I don't think we can, because like you could click out of here and think, oh yeah, we would have to change this to save. And if we do save, then we need to have a cancel button. I'm not against that. Hey, call. Is that calling? Yeah, I mean, like you gotta think, like the X button, like yeah, you can do an X button. It's also, you gotta think about how it does modal. Yeah, I'm thinking we do a save and a cancel. All right, so this is gonna become cancel. This modal is getting canceled. We're just gonna change this actually to footer button. Okay. Now, we need to do a set difference, and then we add and remove as appropriate. Why are we doing mute lists as their own thing rather than some general list of users that can serve like Twitter lists, mute lists, or block lists? Internally, the data model will work like that, but every list has a declared purpose, and so mute lists and block lists actually fall under the purpose of a mod list. We chose to create a purpose field on them to designate what their purpose is supposed to be, so that the UI can then show, default buttons when you look at them of, what action you're supposed to take with them. And the reason we did that is because it felt pretty darn awkward to be presenting a list and saying, hey, you could mute everybody on this thing, you could block everybody on this thing, or you could subscribe to all of them. Take your pick. That's a little awkward. So we decided to maintain the intent of the list in the UI. I don't necessarily know if we're going to override your ability to subscribe to a mod list, but definitely want the UI to be kind of delineating if something's supposed to be a moderation list or or a subscriber list. That's the deal there, Robert. Okay, we need to do a set difference and then get the server state to match. I'm going to do it like this. Colin, we had a discussion about showing why somebody's in the list, and the conversation kind of landed on that it should be from a drop-down selection, like a enum rather than an open field, because we don't want to make it easy for people to create lists and say nasty things about people. All that needs to be publicly mentioned is something like they spam a lot, or they're rude, things like that. So, nudity, yeah, that might be one way you do it. Yeah. We might come up with something more, I don't know, we'll see. The nudity, the way that that's supposed to work, by the way, we have this whole moderation thing, and this content filtering thing right here. Mute lists actually overlap in their purpose a little bit with the content filtering thing. What's happening right now with content filtering, here's how this works, first of all. First of all, there is a whole system for publishing labels. Labels can be applied to content, and they can be applied to accounts. They can also be applied to, basically be applied to records and users, and so posts as a kind of record, but they also can get applied to profiles, things like that. And the way that this works is that people that produce labels publish them out into the world, and then as an end user, you describe how to react to those labels, and that's what this little matrix is for, is deciding what do I want to show, what do I want to hide. The way that it is currently designed is that we're the only ones publishing labels, but you may have heard us talk about community labels. The idea there is that other people, rather than just having a content filtering thing and choosing how to react to our labels, anybody can publish labels. And then as a user, you can choose whose labels to pay attention to. It's kind of a more sophisticated version of mute lists. And that is actually where I would suggest that you do things like muting somebody for nudity. Now, we may allow that to overlap, but the idea is that you would run a community labeler, and you would mark somebody's account as NSFW, and then other people could react to it. So community labeling and content filtering is kind of a more fine-grained version of shared mute lists, and it is probably, it gives a lot more control both from the consumer and from the creator of it to tune exactly how it's supposed to work, and this is the direction that we are ultimately going to be moving in with this. Mute lists are just sort of a simple, coarse-grained solution for where we're at right now. Hey, escape button isn't doing its job. Oh wait. Alright, whatever. Okay. Why am I not getting a tall sense here? You're just refusing to carry over that type signature. I think we're ready. Let us begin the tests. Bob, add to lists. Done. Didn't do a thing. Let's see if anything showed up in the log. Didn't seem to. Yeah, that was an optimistic moment there. Let's see. Yeah, video will come at some point. Done and done. That's not right. Ooh, guess what time it is, y'all? Kitty cat time. Can I say hi, Kit? Oh, here she is. Here's Kit. Hey, baby. Gotta give the people what they want. They want Kit, not code. I'll get her one more time for people that missed it. There we go. Sorry. I'm sorry. You gotta give the people what they want, Kit. Alright, alright. That's also tolerate. There we go. Okay. Yeah, she's a baby. Alright, what do we got here? Current memberships, nada. If I do that... Huh, none of that triggered. Why would none of that even trigger? What is my handler? List add user on... Did I not remember to change that to on press save? Ah! Maybe I did get it right the first time. Let's find out. Again, optimistic, but let's see. Add to lists. You and you. Save changes. New. Critical failure. Updating to nothing. Why would you say updating to nothing? Selected should have been up to date. Did I not? That's why. And pass in the dependency. So that means done. Alright. Add to lists. You and you. Save changes. Hey, I think it worked. Yes. Okay, not quite. What am I seeing here? Current membership's empty. That's interesting. Because current memberships is empty, but I'm seeing 2 items here. How? Oh. Okay, right. right. This is actually this. So current memberships is not empty, but the deletion didn't do anything. Why would that be the case? Save you. It did the remove. Am I deleting? I might be deleting the wrong R key. I bet that's what's happening. I go back to memberships and I need to, yeah. Oh, right. So it turns out that I did need the membership. Good stuff. All right, so it's const, because I was trying to delete the get membership list UI. I was deleting the wrong address. It needs to be membership. Oh, I need to keep the stupid URI of the membership. Ugh. Yeah, okay. That's annoying. Alright, let's see how it goes. Add to lists. Okay, now you say empty. That's not right. Yep. Okay. Let's do that. Let's take a look. Oh, victory! What? We're in business. Let's drop those console.logs and create this commit. Cool. Okay. All right, y'all. You might want to turn down your speakers. We're about to do the commit bump. Here it comes.
Citizen.
Woo. The copy text. That's the copy text. Oh man, gotta give a shout out to my brother who made that. Yes, blast from the past. I'm taking. It says citizen because that was my last project. It shouldn't be a hyphen. Oh, and mute list. That's. I'm sorry for scaring people. I need to turn down the audio on the commit. Yeah, I'm debating what to do, if we should have a hyphen like that. It's kind of difficult to sort out, so yeah. There's one of these should be empty. That one's empty. Okay. Alright, next up we need to actually render these things. Anti-hyphen, huh? Bunch of hyphen haters. Alright. Alright. Alright, I see how it is. So what do you think? One word? Separate words. Alright. Bunch of hyphen haters. Alright, that does look better. Hashtag hyphen haters. I shall not. Leo, you shall live with... Oh, didn't know to do that. You shall live with my if-else statement. The button in the drop-down on profiles is capitalized differently from the rest. The button in the drop-down on profiles. The button in the drop-down on... Oh, over here. You're right. The savings are undeniable. Add to lists. All right. Here are your ears, everybody. Satisfy the hashtag hyphen haters.
Citizen.
All right, I turned it down a little bit on that run. Hopefully that'll help. All right, I'm gonna run it one more time, and I'm gonna turn down the audio. So, RIP your ears one last time. Here we go.
Citizen.
Okay. Is sentence case not title case? You know, I know what title case means in code, but I'm not 100% sure what to describe that. But my basic thing is that actions are, you're capitalizing, but I don't capitalize the, connecting words like to. And I do the same for titles. And then in links, I do sentence casing. Yeah. Okay, so what's title case whenever the connecting words don't get, like is would be up for debate, but like for, it's been too long since I've been in grammar school. What is that? Buttons are title case, but the names of things like in your network is sentence case. Prepositions, thank you. Yeah, so I don't do that. But then links, I do sentence casing in. So there is actually a theory to it, except for in the right side where I have a completely arbitrary send feedback and privacy policy. YOLO! All right, the cat wants out. Be right back. And in fact, to celebrate, I'm going to use the bathroom, so I'll be right back. I'm going to adjust the audio as quick as I can, so apologies if this blasts you. There we go. Sorry about that. Was muted. All right. So we're getting close here. Yeah, kids indoor, outdoor. I have actually never successfully had a cat that was not indoor, outdoor. They crave the jungle. Am I gonna eat now? Could eat, but I'm not gonna. Now what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to get the ability to see the members of a list. And if it's your list, add or remove them from there. And then I'm going to create the ability to delete a list. Then subscribe, and then update the muting to show what you've done. Okay, we are close. I think this might just need to say mute lists instead of mute list subscriptions. I don't know, maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, maybe it just needs to say mute lists. You, at the present, will not be notified of changes to it now. Well, okay. So it does include ones that other people made, right? So mute list subscriptions, that was the original logic. In which case, I guess we would want to change the title up here to mute list subscriptions. But then, of course, you can create a mute list from within the UI. So it unifies both. It's all the ones that you're subscribed to, and then subscribe mute list. Yeah, but first of all, I've definitely I went through this exact debate when I was first working on this. I mean, you know, all right, subscribe mute list. I feel like the copy for new mute list gets a little, that button is a little confusing now. Because it's both the ones that you're subscribed to and the ones that you've created. Yeah. All right, let's get into rendering the actual people inside of a mute list. Shouldn't be too bad, to be honest. A lot of this is kind of already there for us. This is one of those funny features where, like, it's a really conceptually simple idea, but the actual implementation takes longer than you would want it to. Import profile card. Nobody pay attention to what I'm writing right now. Pretend you're not seeing it. Just look away. Just look away. Cool. Yeah, so muting the health thread should mute the whole thing, in theory. But that's why the health thread is a health thread. Okay. One last thing that needs to happen, and that's to add a little button on the right side if you control the mute list that opens up that add remove thing. Sure, thankfully we have a nice little render button controller here. And render button pass in? It doesn't. It should. Yeah, it should. Nice. Yeah. Had an idea, took 4 months, classic. That's how she goes. Boom. We need to hook into that finishing so that we can refresh. Did I? No, did I do that? Let's see. I don't know if I did. Shall. Nope. And I need to update this to show which list this is. Bob. No, we're going to moderation, mute list subscriptions, spammers. We're going to take Bob out, and it's empty. Sweet. Okay, now we just need to have the header up in there, telling you which list we're in. What are the top 10 lines of code ever written? Yeah, you'll be able to watch the VOD. Top 10 lines of code ever written. Okay, one of them would have to be the, I believe it was a square root approximation or a distance function approximation that was used in the original Quake code. That nobody could figure out where that came from. Yeah, the fast inverse square root, that's it. Yeah. That one's got to be up there. Now, this is an interesting question. Top 10 lines of code ever written. What else? I'm interested to hear chat's thoughts on what the top 10 lines of code ever written are. Because it's not even like an algorithm per se that you're asking, it's a line of code. Yeah, Brit Hello World. I mean, that's got to be in the list. Need every line of code. Exactly. Okay, let's get the header in here. So when we're looking at a list, that is the moderation mute lists. No, that is the profile list, and I've got some leftover login. And we're using list items, so we'll dump it in there. And we're gonna add a header element. Background color red. Yeah, that's a good one. Undeniable. Classics, you know? The classics. Let's say that this is always there. Yeah. No. Maybe? Let's see. What we are rendering is a list model. Okay, yeah, I'm okay with this. Okay, so then over here, and render item. When we will have a chat room. I do not have an estimate of that. I know I'm not seeing anything. I really should probably just build in dark mode because I'm way more likely to catch dark mode-y mistakes. That's interesting. It's just vicious slapping sound. Y'all gross. Y'all nasty. Oh no! No, I can't. I can't drum on my thighs now without thinking about that. Y'all are terrible. Ray, I appreciate that. Might take a second for me to find that. Without thinking of what people y'all some naughty peeps. Okay, so I'm guessing that if I were to actually go to a list with members, that this would actually be a little confusing. Yeah. Helps that the avatar of the list is a little larger. Let me stick him in the spammer so I have a better thing to look at. Alright. Why don't I try that? I'm gonna... it might actually not be necessary. Set that to 651. Okay, now we're gonna bump the size of that list name type. Let's try 2XL. And let's try 2XL strong. That's not it. Oh. The header doesn't help us out a lot here. Probably drop that list by alice.test at the top. And we could also consider finding another way to, like, what if we did, first of all, what if we did this? What if we did... Would this be stupid? Fire in the hole. Yeah, that's not right. That's suggesting it's farther back visually as opposed to further up. So that's not the action. You could invert it. Well, let's start by getting rid of that header. I am using a mechanical keyboard. Let's see if I can show it. It is a red dragon. It's actually not my favorite. I got the wrong caps on it. Can't remember the colors. We could indent the users. That would probably help. Let's get rid of that light background on the header because that's not right. Then let's go over to the profile list and yeah, I had the profile. Okay. We're gonna drop the view header. Yeah, okay. Here's what we're doing. I gotta take this out of zoomed in view so I can actually design properly. I apologize. Okay. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. except I need to put the action button there, so that's not going to work. I'm good with that. Where'd you find out about my BFA? Of course, BFA stands for big friggin' ass. I gotta be honest, I was never much of a Sonic game player. Oh, it's been way too long since I've auditioned to, yeah. No, I don't have any monologues like locked in anymore. I'd have to do some research if I were thinking about it. Okay. Always be closing. That's a bold choice to do the always be closing monologue for an audition. Usually, no screen credits now. Usually you want to go for something that everybody hasn't seen before. Usually. And you've especially got to be real careful about doing a monologue by somebody with an iconic performance, as in the case of Alec Baldwin doing that. You just don't want to invite the comparison. Favorite role was Rosencrantz, and Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead. That play rules. Okay. Sadly, auditions are not karaoke. You were Guildenstern, that's awesome. My best friend in high school was Guildenstern, opposite of me. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, that play is awesome. No one else's impression. Wow. Who's my favorite actor? Michael Fassbender. Favorite actress? Kate Winslet, I think. Okay. Yeah, so who here knows what I'm thinking about when I see this? What is the first thought? This is kind of, let me make it a little bigger for us here. Yep. There we go. Yeah. Text overflow is going to be a problem on this. Spammers is a very short word that will overflow and look like hot garbage. Would I ever do full frontal like Fassbender? Probably not, if I'm being honest. Also, subscribe is not the right action. Yeah, because it does seem like you're asking to subscribe to the... I loved the Steve Jobs movie. I can't seem to get anybody else in tech to get on board with the fact that that movie is awesome. Do I have any danger buttons yet? Not system on storybook. I don't have danger buttons. What the hell? How did I get all this way and never create a danger button? It's only 3 in the afternoon, Lucas. Thoughts on Bitcoin? Nah, better not. Alright, first things first. You should know that I'm moving this button down. This new invention called launch. That sounds like liberal propaganda. I'm kidding, by the way. That's... This is my first time working with React Native. I actually streamed before this for like 6 months. Huh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, well. It's that BFA training. Big friggin' ass. Oh, that got terrible. Yeah, it's just I don't have the state in it, Mike, to show unsubscribe yet. I do use Arc. And Enable mute list. I think subscribe to mute list. If we can't get it down to one word. Enable mute list. We've been calling them subscriptions. Yeah, we probably do need to indicate that, like, the members down below and not just dump. Mutamize, editize. All right. Do y'all care if I eat while I work? Does that bother y'all? I know some people are really grossed out by that. If so, I'll give a. You know what? I should. I am actually getting hungry. All right, this part's for the sickos. I forget if I used to eat on stream. I think I probably didn't, but. All right. Yeah, I don't think it actually should be a danger button. What is missing now, though, is a way to go, a button to go back. It's called mukbang, Mom. It's a real profession. Everybody's into it. We put the back button above. I was, yeah. Like, it should be like right here. But I'm afraid that that's going to move everything over an awkward amount. Got water right here. I'm working on it. Really helping out the sickos today. I'm in. Don't worry about it. We're in the sicko part, where people get to watch me eat. Oh, you know what? We do need to drop down because people need to be able to share these things. Oh, God. I can't tell if I'm just tired or if this stupid feature is a pain in my butt. I guess it's also not easy to, it slows me down a little bit to stream while I work, so that might be why this is also taking so long. Alright. Yeah, sickos only. Everybody else leave. Yeah, time theft. Well, this is why I had the view header originally, because it had the back button. I can't just do it on mobile. I'm gonna do that. I didn't expect so many people to worry about how I take care of myself. That was an unexpected twist. I'm not complaining. It's very sweet. I see what you're saying, Caleb. Like, it stays in your stuff, but you can, like, temporarily turn it on and off. That may be a sophistication that has to wait just a smidge. Yeah, very, very healthy. Okay, we're almost there. We need to get the subscribe state on that button and actually, you know, enable the action. And then I do think we need to kind of indicate in the list that it is the list of the members. Here's how I'm going to do that. Check this move out. This is what you call a pro gamer move. Excuse me. Not view selector, that's not the one I want. Oh, I can't use my pro game remove, can I? Can I? Oh, maybe I can. Hang on. Let's see. Pager, tab bar. Can I get the tab bar without having to make a... Sorry. Nope, can't do my pro game remove. Okay, we're gonna have to do a slightly less pro game remove. Look at that, I ate and suddenly my focus came back. That's weird, right? Is it weird that I ate and suddenly I'm like in it again? That I feel kind of better and... Okay, that border color's wrong. No. It's so weird. Oh, no. Let's not get into who deserves credit for telling me to eat. I feel like the right word for this is members, not users. But, like, you're not a member. You're there against your will. It's under duress. Kitty's sleeping. Oh no, she's not sleeping, she's outside. She's catting. You know, as cats do. Lists do have members. Well, let's see how it feels when we look at it. Indicator color is just not correct. Where do I set the indicator color? Palette colors don't work. Yeah, that's right. Muted users. Haters and losers. Muted users. That's pretty good. You know, when you're right, you're right. I think muted users make sense, actually. Yep, such in case you're right. The problem, Vicente, with just doing mute users is that it suggests it's a one-time action, but you actually subscribe to the mute list. When it updates, when it dips, you dip, we dip. Just subscribe, maybe. Let's take a look at it now that there's other copy in there. All right, thanks for joining. I'm Balith. Yeah, don't hate it. Yeah, the mute list
The fact that it's a mute list is a little small. You know, I almost wonder is if rather than making the list, I almost wonder if like lists ought to have like, rather than making the entire list a mute list or a subscribe list, it's like, I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot of UX questions about this that I'm not sure how this is going to develop. It almost makes me wonder if it ought to be a list where it's like, these users we want to boost and these users we want to mute, and you subscribe to like all of the opinions in the list. So rather than like the entire list being a mute list, it's like this is a list and the list contains mutes and like boosts. Part of the reason that I'm a little unsure about that is that like, I'm not really sure what boosting means. No, see, that's the thing. In this case, the mute list is specifically different than like other, like a user list that like acts as a feed. That's why this is kind of tricky. Also super duper not in love with like how the subscribe button is like floating in the middle of nowhere there. Is that gooder? Subscribe and mute. It's not bad. That's actually pretty good. I don't want to put the button on the right because it's crowds too much. The overflow will turn into a problem. We could just drop the image here and only show it in listings. The image is meant to, it shows up over here. It's kind of a way to identify it. What if the subscribe button was in the header? That's not crazy. We did just have the ability to do that. Let's find out. Let's roll the dice. Let's play fast and loose. Let's be adventurous, you know, guys. Let's be crazy. Just be crazy for once. Yeah, it's YOLO action, Ray. This is not crazy. This makes some amount of sense. But now we have that line question. No pressure. Exactly. Also, where do they go to edit the list metadata if it's in their list? That's a good question. Name of the muted list into mute list. Mute spammers. Subscribe to. is happening? Can't read property creator of null. Oh. Yeah, I know the problem. Got it. Yeah, I don't hate this. Need to fix the spacing there. But this is actually starting to feel right to me. Don't hate it. I think it actually makes sense that you would have a list, a mute list that you create but that you're not subscribed to, but I'm actually not sure how the backend is treating that, so we'll have to come back to that. Okay, I think we're getting close here. Let's take a look at what this looks like on web. Tune that up. Yeah, I kind of work bare at minimum 6 to 8 weeks right now. Right, so this will need to be show on desktop. Sure thing. Now, why am I not seeing the edit button? That's kind of odd. Ooh. And that's also kind of odd. Yeah. Right. I'm guessing that we're not seeing that because we didn't pass in a dependency. So let's go back to profile list. And yeah, we did pass in dependencies. There it goes. Now this is ugly as sin. this is not going to work for desktop. I think we got to do it different for desktop. Yeah. Yeah, no, wait. For desktop, they ought to be where we were doing it before. So, we're going to turn off show on desktop. And then, yeah. I wonder if I could listen to music while I'm doing this. So I'm tired of not listening. Oh no, go the fuck away. Fuck off. Don't open up the damn password manager. Let's see. Okay, yeah, that works. Get some music. What are you mad about? What's your problem? No. Yeah, I think I got brown or something. I meant to get, I don't know the color mapping, but I meant to get the loudest, and I ended up getting the least loud, which was a sad day. And the fact that I don't know the colors is how that happened. Okay, I'm gonna align that. Alignments are a little all over the place. Don't have the ability to do that with that.
Alright, we're living with my bad alignments. Alright. Now, why isn't the edit profile thing showing? That's because it is not... Yeah, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do that. And then list header. Well, maybe we just need to make it an observer. What is going on there? Oh, I'm on the wrong... Got it. Well, let's keep it an observer just in case. What is going on? Oh, I know what's going on. Come on. There. Okay. Alright, now we just need to implement those buttons. Where are we at for, like, shouting over my own music? Let me just pause that for now. We need to be able to delete the list. We're almost done showing. We need to subscribe. We're so close. We are so close here. Well, I have to use the bathroom, so I'm going to do that. And then I think we're almost to the end point here. So I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then we're going to do one last push to try to get this thing done. So back, see it, everybody.
And we're back.
Y'all messed up. Can't even take a break in peace. Alright, what am I doing? Let's get this thing done, huh? Okay. All right. See if that goes somewhere. Threading these functions through the components. And almost there. Toggle subscribed. Press equals toggle subscribed. Press equals on press. Edit list. Let's start with edit list because that one should be easier. So back over to profile list. We call store.shell.openModal. It's not easier. I haven't implemented this yet. Oh no. It's not like the worst, but it's not my favorite. Okay. What do we have here? There's create mute list. I can either update this to support editing, or I create a separate one for edit mute list. So like that's the natural choice. The problem is, yeah, that's probably the right way to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably the right way to do it. So I probably want to rename this to edit mute list. Or how about create or edit? What do I prioritize? Do you have COVID? What did you mean to say? I can't wait. I don't have COVID about advertisers, I'll say that. Yeah, we think about the economic flows throughout the system, both for ourselves and for users, but that's not really super duper what I focus on right now, for I think some pretty obvious reasons. Really, at this stage, most of the development work is much more concerned with, you know, making sure this thing works for people. Really not gonna autocomplete for me, huh? Really gonna be like that. I'm glad to hear that. Very glad to hear that. Yeah, no, not you. Over here. Alright, so that's working. So now we're going to jump back over here. Over here. And we're going to add the list. Yeah, I mean, like, promoted post or something like that. I mean, you're sort of in the realm of who gets to control it. Like, somebody that runs an algorithm would be the one to make that call. Advertising in an open system is a little challenging, to say the least, because peeps are going to filter your ads.
So you gotta kind of think about that aspect of it. Well, let's see if it works. Oh no, it doesn't. I think I probably just created another list. I did, yeah. Incredible. Wait a minute, where's your header? Where's your header, buddy? You don't have a header. What's that about? That's sort of odd. We'll have to come back to that. Okay. That might be what I did. We'll see. Yeah, the hot reloading is pretty swift, as you might or might not say. Depending on how you're feeling. In this case, I guess that's a not. have we not implemented updates yet? I don't remember. We had those disabled. Did we re-enable put record? Okay, we temporarily only allow updates to the profile record, meaning I can't do this. That's an enormous pain. Thanks for joining, Zoltan. This won't be the case for a while, for a long time, but for now, yeah, we can't do edits. We got like most of the way there. So we're just gonna have to remove that button for now. Okay. So what I am going to do though is create a delete button. I can do that. You got it, Rebecca. You got it.
Hey, Michael, good to see you.
Yeah, it's going great.
What? What are you mad about? What could you possibly dislike about this? What's the problem? Ah, that's the problem. There. Okay. Used to handle style on React Native. We just use our own component library. Mm-hmm. Action. Is that? That's not still valid, is it? Hold up. Let's take a look at the lexicon. Apply rights. Closed union. Don't think we actually have to. Well, we might need to specify the type. Yeah, we do. Action is no longer in there. Okay. So that means it's going to be that with a colon or a hash and then delete. Okay, that should do it. Let's find out. On press confirm is not a function. Not a real thing. You know what, before we actually do this, why don't we look at what's about to happen so that I don't have to spend a lot of time. Because you know what, if I'm being honest, there's no way I got this right the first time around. So let's do it non-destructively. And then I'm going to go here and change this to on press confirm. Okay, that sort of worked actually, and let's take a look at the object we created. The repo's right, the rights look right. Alright, let's try it. Destructive action. No way am I deleting my spammers example, because that one's good. Delete list description. We'll do this. Nope, you're broken. We're going to do this one. Delete list. Yes. Okay, it worked. You just didn't update this listing. And we should make it so that whenever you do a focus on that it does update the listings. We're going to go back to the moderation mute lists. We're going to go to the on use focus effect, and we're going to do list.refresh mute lists. Does get triggered, so we don't want to call that. And we're going to do this. Okay. Okay. You're broken. Delete list. Confirm. Okay. We're getting close. There's list deletion. Delete button needs danger. You're right, but I'm not going to worry about that for the moment. Let's find out why the header didn't render. Profile list. List items. List header. Has content. Yeah, you're right, has content is ill-defined. It needs to be... this dot list. Okay. And you should be showing empty, so I can't be using has content. That's the problem. Alright, we're going to do that, and then we're going to add a has loaded. Actually, don't I have an is loaded? I do. That's what I need to be using there. Gosh, with the text zoomed in like this, it gets very hard to see. Has loaded. Okay. That's that. I'm gonna go ahead and delete you. Delete it. Okay, let's take it for a spin on iOS. I have hopefully fixed the volume on the commit bump. So list deletion is done. And now we just need subscription and showing the cause of mutes. We are so close.
Moderation, muted list subscriptions. Okay. Delete the list. Are you sure? That's ugly. We're going with it. Yes. Okay. Let's get subscription in there. Let's get it done. So, and create. After that, we are going to do, actually, in create mod list, we're going to wait, turn res. List. Okay, so now you automatically subscribe when you create a list. So let's create a list. Subbed. Save. You should have refreshed. Actually, you should have navigated to it. Ah, because I changed that. That's now on save. Don't know why the TypeScript didn't help. Okay, so I'm subscribed to this thing. How do I know? How do I know that I'm subscribed to it? Let's see if we got that in the lexicon. I think we did, actually. So an app, graph, get list, output, list view. In the list view, there is viewer, list view state. Yeah, list viewer state. Okay, it should be there. It should be there. It should be right there where we want to go. Let's go with. Nope, I'm in the wrong view. Over here. List.viewer.muted and I gotta be like that. Hey, okay. Those are two very undifferentiated buttons. Yeah, I'm good with that. Live with that. We're rolling with that. Let's get the same thing in the desktop version. I hate being zoomed in. Okay, now we're down here, and it's right here, and we're going to do the same logic. Okay, and now, oh, we are so close. We'll just do, no, we'll do it here. App.bsky.graph.unsubscribe mute list list.uri toast. We don't have the toast. Import the toast. Get the toast.
Failed to compile. Unsubscribe. Don't do anything.
That's good. That's good. Good work. What's the problem? XRPC not supported? That's new. Okay, got hit. Yeah, and it's failing. XRPC not supported. Let's see. Maybe my server is out of date. Get pull. That can't be right. Yeah, could be. Alright. Yarn. Cat wants in. Be right back. What's my drink of choice? Whiskey. Okay, I restarted the list, the server rather, which means I have to re-sign in. Hunter 2. Don't want to save. Monitor. Oh, okay, that's new. What is that about? Name. Meow. Yeah, sure, you're kitty. Yeah, you're kitty. What? Maybe I need to. Build. Meow. Kitty cat. Oh, she's too fast. Couldn't get her. There she is, more kit time. Yeah, who's a baby? Yeah, you don't want to be held like this. Want food? Anybody food for me? Oh yeah, you do. Okay, here. Leave that. No, I don't know. Where is it? Did you already eat it? Uh-oh. Well, we are out of the fancy feast. Fancy feast, things get a little scary around here. Why is that doing nothing? Auto subbed. Meow. May have to make a trip to the corner store pretty darn soon. Let's put all this in a try cache. It should be anyway. Don't scratch me. Don't scratch me. I don't have any food for you, baby. I know what you want. Okay, it's failing. Why is it failing? XRPC not supported. What? What are you talking about? That error should not be happening. Ow! She is not happy with me right now. Yes, I know. We graduated to nibbles. Yeah, I know what you want, Kit. I don't have food for you. Actually, that is sort of odd. Oh, I know what the problem is. Okay, be right back. I need to hide my screen. I am under attack. 1 second. Okay, just had to restart a server, and I think I forgot to. That's fine. Okay, so now that the server's restarted, new mute list. Hello, ASDF. There it is, unsubscribe. Yeah, so what the heck? Did unsubscribe? What do you mean XRPC not supported? That's bizarre. If it's giving a 404, that means that it's sending the request like straight up to the wrong place. How is that possible? Okay. Well, I hate to say it, but the kitty does need attention. She is going to... I don't know what's going to happen if I don't do something. But I am indeed under attack by this gremlin! Yes! Yes, your little gremlin. So I think maybe that's where we're going to leave it today. We are real close with this. Just a couple of things left to do. I would have loved to get it all the way to the finish line with y'all, but we just didn't get there. So, so thanks y'all for joining today. I don't know exactly when this will get out. There's actually a little bit of work that needs to get done before I can actually get this released that's not directly related to this. But yeah, stay tuned. We'll hopefully do some more of these in the future. And I'll see you all on Bluesky. Yeah, have a great rest of your Sundays and have a great week. I'll see y'all later. And now I just need to end the stream, and that's it. Bye-bye.